Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum?
So, one.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Sergeant, at times I'm informed that we do have quorum now, so kindly stop the bell. Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I do have the following communications to make. One, I had made some directives yesterday to the extent that I was to deliver a ruling on the matter touching on the presence of Senator Gloria Oroba in this plenary. The ruling will instead be delivered tomorrow at 2 p.m. Now, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Kisumu. The delegation comprises of 6 members and 5 officers of the Committee on Public Accounts and Investment, who are on a benchmarking visit with their counterparts in the Senate. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Ken Ouko, the chairperson. The Honorable Geoffrey Warindu, vice chairperson. The Honorable James Omolo. The Honorable Reuben Rakwach. The Honorable Nancy Matara. The Honorable James Were. Augustine Ochieng. Crispin Oguta. Patrick Okoyo, Naboth Odero, and Faith Judith. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish them a fruitful visit. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from ZETAC University Students Association, ZUSA, Congress. The delegation comprises 22 students who are in the Senate for a one-day visit. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow Senator Boni under 1 minute, to welcome the delegation from Kisumu, and Senator Anna Kwambua, under 1 minute, also to welcome the delegation from ZETAC University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that privilege. It's a fact that I'm the Senator of Kakamega, but a good neighbor of the county of Kisumu. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our visitors and inform them that your Senator, Professor, is a very vibrant member in this House. And he's a go-getter, not just in this House, but even outside. He normally does very many experiments, including going to State House, including agreeing with me on many things. So when you are here, you should know that he's compliant with the government, and therefore you will access development in Kisumu County faster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome.
Mr. Speaker, the duty you have given me is to welcome visiting students from ZETAC University. I will try to avoid the temptation to respond to what Senator Aloale has said. As Speaker, to the students from ZETAC, I take this opportunity on behalf of the leadership of the Senate to welcome you to this chamber. Take the time that you've been given to learn the good things that you see in this chamber, and to aspire to one day be in this chamber as students from other universities sit in the public gallery to watch your debate. The Speaker, with those few remarks, I welcome the students and also welcome the delegation from Kisumu. You should ignore what Senator Kakamega has said. Your senator is actually on the way. I spoke to him a few minutes ago. He is on his way here, and he is doing a good job in the House. As to the visits, I will leave that for him and the Senator of Kakamega. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
The Honorable Senator Okio Okoiti Omtata. Okay, that petition is deferred. Now, Honorable Senators, I do have a petition to present. I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Mr. Laban Omusundi, a resident of Nakuru County, concerning the enactment of a clause in the electoral laws that will make sure that all nominated MCAs are voters and residents of the respective counties. As you're aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation." Honorable Senators, the silent issues raised in this petition are as follows: that there has been a public outcry on the matter of nomination of members of the county assemblies, that some of the nominated MCAs are serving in counties in which they are not registered voters, and therefore unaware of the challenges and needs in those specific counties. That an example is where a person who participated in politics in Kiambu is nominated to Turkana, Nairobi, Kericho, Nakuru, Kakamega, Murang'a, or Kajiado County Assembly. That this practice continues to deny the indigenous people who are the voters and who meet all requirements to be given nomination opportunities to serve the people effectively. The petitioner, therefore, prays that the Senate intervenes on this matter with a view to enacting a clause in the electoral laws that will make sure that all nominated members of county assemblies are registered voters and residents of the respective counties that they are nominated into, reflecting ethnic communities in those respective counties. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I shall now allow comments, observation, or clarification in relation to this petition for not more than 20 minutes. Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very interesting petition because I know, as somebody who has served in the nomination process in the largest political party in the Republic, the United Democratic Alliance, boasting of a majority of close to 800 MCAs, I know what this petitioner is talking about, and it's a fight we've had over time. But I am a bit lost because the petitioner seems to want to guide the House to believe that the only way you can identify with needs, and the needs are not defined, Mr. Speaker, because I believe there are needs that can be served by elected leaders, and there are needs that can be served by nominated colleagues who represent, for your information, Speaker, certain special interests, which, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think are limited to a particular locality. However, I wouldn't wish to discourage the petitioner or the committee that will look into this. I am willing to be convinced, Mr. Speaker, that you have to come from a particular locality to understand the special needs of the people of that county, because that, by and large, is what nominated MCAs do. Second and last thing, Mr. Speaker, I don't know which committee will handle this, whether probably Justice and Legal Affairs, but it's up to you, Speaker, to determine. Once you determine, I hope they will equally resolve to us and give life to our constitutional provision on nomination to county assemblies, especially with regards to giving clarity on the three categories: PWDs, youth, and marginalized. in the last 3 county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, IBC, on their own motion, have decided which counties to lump only 2 and leave out one particular group, such that if you go to all our 47 county assemblies, you'll find that there is either a marginalized person and a youth, but without PWD, or a PWD and a marginalized person without youth. And that continues to expose many of us either to problems, demonstration. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I've been a victim of this provision of the Constitution so many times in my county, because each time nominations are done, of course, they look at the senator or any person who's considered to be close to the powers that be, and they imagine that you have a hand in it, yet it is IBC. So I hope our committee can guide us so that we make the necessary amendments and give life to these articles of a constitution without necessarily being limited to that petition alone. If they can address us and guide this house to resolve those 2 particular issues, Mr. Speaker, I think we will have done justice to our county assemblies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this petition. Mr. Speaker, as far as voting in the Assembly is concerned, I think this is a matter that equally affects the same way Senate is affected, where delegations are the only ones who are allowed to vote. And I believe even in the Assembly, it is the ward representatives who vote on the matters that affect the wards. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, as far as nomination is concerned, I think this is a matter we really need to address. It's really unfair to especially those who are from those counties. You cannot transport somebody from Kisumu and be an MCA in Isiolo County. And we have so many MCAs who can be appointed to those positions. So I think these anomaly must be corrected, because we have situations where people have even moved to court. People have even protested to the Assembly, stopping swearing in. So I think, personally, I feel this is a very good petition. We must deal with this, because it's unfair for any political party to transport an MCA from one county to the other. So I think, personally, I support that petition. Thank you.
Senator Wakoli Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Hili swala ambalo tunajadili sasa ni swala tatanishi, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mojawapo ya mbinu za kikoloni, mbinu gandamizi, mbinu za kukanyagia wapiga kura husika nafasi ya kuwakilishwa kwenye mabunge ya kaunti na mabunge ya kitaifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati ambayo utaipa majukumu haya kuchunguza na kuleta ripoti itakusononesha sana Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu kuna vyama vya kisiasa Mheshimiwa Spika ambamo wanasiasa walikuwa wanapiga debe wakiuza sera za mageuzi, sera za uhusishaji wananchi, lakini wakati wa uteuzi Mheshimiwa Spika, watu hawa walishangaa, na Waswahili husema sio amini ya Musa uyaona ya Firauni. Makaunti mbalimbali Kenya hii, wale ambao wameteuliwa Mheshimiwa Spika ni watalii wa kisiasa, ni wafyonzaji wa nafasi za kisiasa, ni watu ambao kwangu kisiasa nitasema ni kupe wa kisiasa, ambao wanafyonza jasho na jitihada za wapiga kura katika kaunti husika. Na viongozi hawa wa kisiasa Mheshimiwa Spika ni kama mafarisayo ambao kwa sasa hata wengine wako hapa wanatuahidi mabadiliko, lakini katika kaunti wanazotoka wananchi wanashangaa. Na mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hili, kuna tume ya majadiliano ambayo inaendelea sasa, lijadiliwe na tuweke sheria mapema.
Senator Cheriot, hoja yako ya nidhamu ni nyingi.
Utaniwia radhi Mheshimiwa Spika, haikuwa ni nia yangu kumkatiza mwenzangu rafiki yangu Senator wa Bungoma wakati ambapo anatoa mchango wake, hasa katika lugha ya Kiswahili, na alikuwa anajieleza vizuri sana, mimi nilikuwa nafurahia. Lakini kuna tabia ambaye yeye ameanza kuzoea, na naona akiachiliwa atazidi nayo. Wakati tulikuwa hapa mchana, kabla ya sisi kuchukua likizo ili kupata chakula cha mchana, alizungumza na akasema hapa ndani kuna watu wabaya, wanafanya hivi na wanafanya vile. Nimemsikiza tena akizungumza saa hii, anasema amezungumza akasema kuna mafarisayo, alafu akasema wako hapa ndani. Nafikiri sio vizuri Bwana Spika, yeye kuruhusiwa kuelekezea kidole watu ambao hawataji. Kwa kweli mimi najua si mmoja wao, lakini kwa sababu ya hawa rafiki zangu, ndugu zangu maseneta, ningependa kujua hawa ni kina nani. Bure akiachiwa fursa hii ya kueleza tu na kuwalindikizia lawama wenzake bila kusema ni kina nani haswa, nafikiri si vizuri Bwana Spika. Ama awaeleze kwamba akisema hapa anamaanisha wapi. Hapa bungeni, hapa Nairobi, hapa Kenya, hapa barani Afrika, hapa duniani. Ni vizuri tuelewe Bwana Spika. Asante.
Senator Wafula, ni kwamba ile hoja ya nidhamu ambayo imepeana na Senator wa Kericho inastahili. Kwa hivyo nitakusihi unapozungumza mwanzo ufafanue wale wabaya na mafarisayo ambao wako hapa ni kina nani hasa, na pengine ikiwa wale mafarisayo na wabaya hawako, basi itabidi uondoshe matamshi hayo katika kumbukumbu.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba hisani na msamaha kwa yeyote ambaye nimemdhuru kwa matamshi. Ni jambo la kisiasa ambalo nadhani nitalijadili wakati mwafaka, lakini kwa sasa naondoa sentensi hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika. Nikimalizia Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba mjadala huu natarajia kwamba utachukua mwelekeo mwafaka ambao utawapa Wakenya katika pembe mbalimbali nafasi za kuwakilishwa na wenzao ambao wanawajua, wanaoelewa, wamepiga kampeni na wao, wana mwelekeo mmoja wa kisiasa, ili Kenya kisiasa na kidemokrasia iwe nchi ambayo unavuna kile ulichopanda, na sio kwamba unatuzwa kwa uzembe ama kutuzwa kwa kuwa na falsafa ya fisi ambaye anatarajia kuvuna ama kupambana na mkono ambao hauanguki kihalali, lakini kunyakua kwa lazima. So Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kwamba kutoka sasa kwenda mbele vyama vya kisiasa vizingatie demokrasia, na wale ambao Mheshimiwa Seneta wa wengi alisema, walemavu, wanawake, wazee, vile vile wapewe nafasi na vyama vya kisiasa kuchaguliwa, kwa sababu ukiangalia awamu 3 zilizopita, mfumo wa kwanza 2013 wanawake walikuwa wengi, kuja 2017 kukakuwa na mchanganyiko na walemavu. Kwa sasa pia kuna tofauti, lazima ieleweke vizuri wale ambao watateuliwa ni mfumo upi, na wale ambao chama kinachagua wapewe nafasi, sio tume ya uchaguzi kuamulia vyama vya kisiasa ni nani ambayo watamchagua. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by really congratulating Laban for bringing this petition. And I wish there was sufficient time to actually debate this matter. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to a contribution by my colleague, my brother, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot. And yes, he has made reference to the biggest political party. Mr. Speaker, it should also be appreciated that, in fact, the big political parties are the biggest violators when it comes to nomination, especially the nomination of members of county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it should concern all of us that the interests that nominated members are specially elected to represent in counties, those interests, Mr. Speaker, are available and abundant in every county. There are women in every county, in every ward, so there should be sufficient number of women for gender top-up in nominations, Mr. Speaker, in every county. There are people with disability in every county, in every ward. So people should be nominated from there to represent the interests that are abundant in those areas. Mr. Speaker, I support that petition, and I want to request that the committee to which that petition will be forwarded, then on the day that they are sitting, they should invite all senators to make a contribution, and we expose the Pharisees that Senator Wakoli is making reference to. It will surprise a lot of us that the bigger the party, the greater the violation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, from the onset, I want to support the sentiments of my colleagues who have contributed before me. I think as a country, Mr. Speaker, sir, we must agree that there is a Kiswahili saying that says mbuzi anakula penye hiyo kamba imefungiwa. Mr. Speaker, allow me with the indulgence of the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, so why should you take somebody? Take somebody from Nairobi to nominate in Garissa County Assembly, or Mandera, or Kericho, or Nandi? I think, Mr. Speaker, we must be honest with ourselves. Let us as a house, and the biggest problem we see is in our county assemblies, Mr. Speaker. It is not even in these positions that we are talking about. And therefore, as parties, we must also be disciplined, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member of the largest political party in Kenya and across Africa. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we should be careful because we have taken nominations as tokenism, as opposed as competence and ability, Mr. Speaker, of our many MCS. I have met people, Mr. Speaker, who sacrificed a lot for the party. But they did not get those nominations, Mr. Speaker. I know in your former life, you used to be a party leader of a political party called Pamoja Alliance of Africa. So we must learn, and we have even a sitting political party leader, my brother, Senator Governor of Mandera, Mr. Speaker. As people who aspire to own political parties or manage political parties, Mr. Speaker, we should avoid this issue of tokenism, using your face value, using how you work, how you look like, how you talk, how you smile, should be the backstage, Mr. Speaker, because this is not a beauty contest. It is about the ability and competence, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as one of the greatest champions of members of County Assembly, the MCS in this House, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you, because I engage MCS most of the time, Mr. Speaker, that these are issues that when we rectify, including the welfare of MCS and other issues, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you we shall make, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, our county assemblies to be bastion of representation, legislation, oversight, making plans and budget-making programs within the county executives, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Bwana Spika, nataka kutoa asante kwa kunipa nafasi na mimi nitoe maoni yangu kwa ufupi kuhusu petition hii ambayo iko mbele yetu. Bwana Spika, pengine shida iliyopo sahihi ni kwamba kuna sheria sahihi vile inasema ya IEBC ni kwamba wale ambao watapewa nafasi za nominated katika assembly ya kule kwa jimbo gatuzi ama katika bunge kuu wanaandikisha mapema kabla watu kwenda kura. Sasa unakuta watu wanaenda kura watu wazuri, wanasiasa ambao wamekomaa, lakini wanaanguka kwa ile kura, bahati mbaya. Alafu inakuwa hawawezi kuregeshwa kwa ile list ambayo ilikuwa imeandikwa na watu wa IBC. Sasa inakuwa kwamba mtu wa siasa ambaye amejitolea kwa chama anakosa nafasi, ilhali mtu ambaye pengine kwa sababu ya pesa yake ama kujuana na wakuu wa chama anapewa nafasi. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema hii petition tuisupport kwa njia zote, Bwana Spika. Na pia wakati ambao utaipeleka hii kwa kamati ambayo inahusika, waambie waangalie ile sheria ya IBC kwamba ibadilishwe, turegelee vile vya zamani. Tungojee kwanza uchaguzi ukiisha, ndio tutafute wale watu wetu ambao mwachama na hawakufaulu wawekwe kwa hizo nafasi, ndio watusaidie pale. Bwana Spika, pia waweke ghadhabu kali na waweke faini kali kwa wakuu wa vyama ambao wanachukua pesa, wanafanya ufisadi, wakabadilisha majina, wakaweka majina ya watu ambao hawako kwa kaunti, wakawekwa pale juu na wakapitishwa na wakawa ndio MCAs kule nyumbani. Mimi sitataja jina ya kaunti, lakini kuna kaunti neighbor yetu ama kaunti ambayo ni jirani kwa Tana River. Kuna wakati ODM wameleta MCAs kutoka nje, mpaka watu wamekasirika. Kilifi County hawataki kuwaapisha wale jamaa na ikawa shida. Bwana Spika, hii petition lazima tuiangalie na tuipatie support. Tunataka watu wa kutoka nyumbani ndio wapewe hizo nafasi. Kwa hayo mengi nayosema, Bwana Spika, sheria tuiangalie na tuisupport kabisa hii petition, ili haki ifanyike kwa wanasiasa ambao wanatoka kwa magatuzi yetu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very valid petition that the law, election law, needs to be amended so that to allow only voters of a particular county to be nominated to the county assembly. But that should not stop at the voters. It should also be a resident of that particular county. Mr. Speaker, whereas I support this, but I also want to say that political parties use nomination as a reward for those who have worked for the parties. And I want to encourage Kenyans to belong to political parties, to participate in that political party, to work for that political party. Because we have scenarios where political parties get fewer slots of nomination and they have so many people to reward. That is why they end up nominating people who are not from those counties. So we want to encourage Kenyans wherever you are. Please don't start identifying with a party during an election period only. Start participating in the political party process even before election or even after election, so that you earn that nomination. You will not earn a nomination by virtue of just being a resident or a voter in an area. You must actively participate in the running and the working of that political party so that you can earn that. But Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about amending the law, I think it's important for us as Parliament to start thinking about whichever reforms we want to do in the electoral area as early as this, so that we stop this idea of hurriedly amending election laws just towards the election. We need to start this early, and we are happy that the bipartisan dialogue, it is engaging in this process so that to identify which areas of the law we need to amend. And one area I want to recommend, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of allocation of nomination slots. We have left this to IBC. In this year's election, if you look at the formula that was used to allocate slots to political parties, that formula, it is an administrative formula by IBC, it is not in law. we need to put it in law so that we are very clear on the formula that is used to award UDA or ODM the slot. Because if you look at that formula, Mr. Speaker, I know of a party that got only 2 slots in a county and ended up getting 2 nominations. And yet another party got 10 slots and got only 3 slots, Mr. Speaker. So I think as we talk about this, let us also talk about the formula of allocating the slots to political parties so that that formula should be fair to all political parties. Mr. Speaker, I support this petition.
Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support that petition. Mr. Speaker, we have seen a lot of things happening at political parties. And Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting that, as Senator Wambua said, that you find the bigger political parties nominating people from different areas in other counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you find a place like Kajiado, just because of its proximity to Nairobi, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is now dumped in Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not fair that there were people in Kajiado who supported political parties, and when I say political parties, it's across the board, all political parties. You'll find that they bring somebody from Mandera is nominated in Kajiado, somebody from another direction is nominated in Kajiado. Everybody wants their girlfriends, their wives, their whoever's to be nominated in Kajiado because it is easy for them to operate from Nairobi, go to Kajiado and be back. But they don't know the issues that affect the people of Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are people who campaigned for these political parties in Kajiado. There are people who know the issues that affect the local people in Kajiado. There are people who toiled for these political parties in Kajiado and in all other counties, Mr. Speaker. Every person should benefit where they campaigned, Mr. Speaker. Where they worked is where they should get their slots. Those who campaigned for political parties in Kajiado should be nominated by those parties in Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kajiado has become one of the most affected counties in this country because those who campaigned for the parties are not considered, Mr. Speaker. And yet there are very pertinent local issues that should be addressed in those county assemblies. These people do not know. These people will be here in Nairobi attending conferences. They don't know what is affecting the people in Kajiado as far as drought is concerned, as far as urban issues, challenges are concerned in that county, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do support. Thank you.
Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the petition about the nomination of county assembly members from the voters from those wards and the residents of respective counties, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, assemblies and parliaments are about representation. And so, Honorable Speaker, you represent the needs that you are closer to and the needs that you have a lot of knowledge on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just last week we were in Turkana on Senate Mashinani. And for some of us, we were getting face-to-face experience of the challenges that are in Turkana. So, Mr. Speaker, if you took me to represent, to come to the Senate and represent Turkana, then, Honorable Speaker, I would honestly tell you I would be talking about issues that I do not know. And so it's until I was in Turkana, over 50 years from my birth, that I'm learning of the challenges that they have. So, Honorable Speaker, county governments, devolution in particular, was brought about so that issues are sorted out as close as possible to the people that are there. And Honorable Speaker, the assemblies, just like Parliament, represent and legislate over those issues because they are in touch with them, Honorable Speaker. I support this petition because, Honorable Speaker, there has to be equity in services that are given. Why would I be taken from Homa Bay, Honorable Speaker, and represent Kilifi, for instance? Honorable Speaker, most of the time when I arise here, I'm only bring issues, statements of concerns from Homa Bay County, where I come from. I only bring issues and argue about issues that affect the people of Homa Bay County because, Honorable Speaker, there are issues that I'm alive at. I'm a resident of Homa Bay. I know the challenges of Homa Bay. I know the services that I need, and that is the reason why I always rise to talk about them. And so, Honorable Speaker, even the men and women that are nominated at the county assemblies must be people that are residents of those counties, because it is then that they'll be able to execute those issues. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, if it is left open, then we leave it to the likes of Senator Aaron Cheriot, who has just demonstrated here that he was at the table of nomination. So just as he did, we will be leaving it to the likes of them in all the parties to bring in names from all over, names of people of their personal interest, but not people who will have the interest of those wards and those counties at hand. Honorable Speaker, I support this petition with all of my body, because in each ward, in each county, Honorable Speaker, if you want to talk about rewards, as Senator Ososi talks about, then you need to reward everybody that supported that party in each of those counties. Because you are not going to tell us that the only people whom you can reward are particular people who are found elsewhere and they cannot be found from all the counties that are there. Honorable Speaker, the assemblies are a devolved structure of representation of people who are closer to those counties and not elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, I support this petition.
Senator Bonick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this petition which I support is actually a wake-up call, and it is food for thought. Wake-up call to the extent that we now realize the need to amend the Constitution and make it more user-friendly. Mr. Speaker, when affirmative action was introduced in the new Constitution, it was supposed to serve the principle of inclusivity and equal access to opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with the benefit of hindsight, this has not been the case. That letter and spirit, either party leaders directly or by default, their names are used to reward people purely on the basis of other considerations, including, Mr. Speaker, shamelessly, people nominating relatives, people nominating girlfriends, people selling out nominations. In a place like Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, there are these two MCS who've been nominated members from a neighboring county, in the pretext that they come from community X, which is the minority in Kakamega. So what stops that political party from nominating people from that community X, that is the minority in Kakamega, but of people who actually live and come from Kakamega and vote in Kakamega? Shamelessly, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to be here in the 11th Parliament, and a case arose where some leader had assisted a youth to be nominated, and that leader was forced to surrender some of his perks to the fellow who assisted the leader to be nominated. It then, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, begs the question, in view of all these abusive things that members are speaking to, do we really need nomination? And even if we need it, can we really create enough chances to meet the demand? Because the people who deserve to be nominated are very many. So if you are floating around only 800 chances for nominations, you are not responding to the 8 million Kenyans who deserve to be nominated. Probably we have to bite the bullet, Mr. Speaker, and say that to hell with nominations, let men and women compete to become elected. I know we have very close friends of mine in this house who are nominated. I am not saying this with their names on my mind. In fact, my immediate neighbor, Karen Nyamu, can easily kick me in the side if she thought that I'm having her on mind. No, but we want to make Kenya better. I'm a father of quite a number of girls. And I teach them every day, just like you beat boys in class. If your time comes to replace me in politics or to copy me in politics, go and beat men. And cases abound. There is a famous lady here called Tabitha Keroshe. She beat great men in Nakuru, and she's here. This is what we want to teach our children. We want to teach our children to compete. I know Beatrice wants to kill me, but that's it. That's it. Nominations, Mr. Speaker, are being abused from left, right, to the center. I support.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ningependelea kuunga mkono petition hii ama tamshi ama lalamiko kama hili ambalo liko mbele ya bunge la Senate. Ya kwamba tumekuwa tukitumia nafasi ya wale wanaopendelewa na vyama vyao kuteuliwa, nafasi hiyo imetumika vibaya. Bwana Spika, la kwanza ni kwamba wale wanaochaguliwa huwa saa nyingine na inajulikana wazi kabisa kwamba ni wapenzi ama ni marafiki wa wale wanaowateua, ambao huwa ni viongozi. Kwa mara nyingi huwa ni viongozi wa vile vyama ambavyo vinafaa kuteua wale wateuliwa. Wateuliwa wa kupendelea, Bwana Spika, ni kama watafata ule mkondo wa yule aliyewateua. Bwana Spika, mara nyingi tunaona ya kwamba tumejikuta katika njia panda kwa sababu ya wale ambao wanateuliwa. Lakini hususan kwa sababu mambo haya yameletwa kulinganisha na zile county governments, county assemblies zilizoko mashinani, tunasema kuteuliwa kawaida inachukua, hata kama ni ile ya county government ama ni ya kuja hapa mahali kama bunge, zote tunasema uteuaji umekuwa ukitumika vibaya sana. Ndugu yangu Mungatana ametaja hapa akasema kwamba Kilifi County ilikuwa mojawapo ya wale waliolalamika. Sijui aliambiwa na nani, sijui alijuaje, lakini sikuweza kupinga hiyo kwa sababu ilikuwa ni ukweli kabisa. Lakini hivi sasa baada ya kupiga kelele sana, chama cha ODM, najua Bwana Spika, ni chama cha demokrasia. Wakati huu kwa mwaka wa 22 mambo ya kuteua namna hiyo yalikoma, kwa sababu tuliweza kurekebisha, na wale walioteuliwa ni wakaaji na watu wa chama cha ndani ya ODM. Bwana Spika, pia vile vile ningependa kusema ya kwamba ikiwa itawezekana, kamati ambayo itachunguza hii iweze kuja na iweze kuja na recommendation ama kusahihisha kabisa ya kwamba sheria muafaka inaweza kutengenezwa ili kuona ya kwamba mambo haya ya watu kupendelea marafiki zao, bibi zao ama ndugu zao iwe itafika mwisho. Ukiwa utateuliwa, basi uteuliwe ikiwa wewe ni mkaaji wa ile county ambao unatoka ama sehemu ile ambao wewe unafanyia kazi ama unajihusisha na chama katika ile county ambao wewe utataka kuteuliwa. Sio kutoka kwamba utoke katika county ingine uende katika county ingine unanyanyasa wale watu wanaoketi katika ile county yao. Kwa hiyo sisi tunasema tu ya kwamba hii ikome tabia kama hii, na tuone ya kwamba watu wote walio katika vyama vyao watatendewa haki kulingana na uteuzi wa wale wanaopendelewa na vyama vyao. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika. Naunga mkono mambo ya kusunguzwa kwa vile vyama itakuwa na teua watu. Pia ni mambo mengi sana inafaa iangaliwe. Seneti na MCA ni watu wakaangalia vile pesa inafanya kazi masinani, na kama ni mambo ya kupatiwa viti kama kutoka watu wamechaguliwa, naunga mkono iangaliwe vizuri, kwa sababu tumeona mambo mengi sana. Ingine tunaweza laumu hata kule nomination ya MCA, hata kwa Senate tumeona mambo mengi. Kwa hiyo ni mambo mengi sana inafaa iangaliwe. Mambo ya vyama, mtu amekaa kwa vyama muda gani, mtu alikuwa amesimama ama alikuwa anafanya kampeni. Pia hata kwa Senate watu wakichaguliwa pia mpaka tuangalie, kwa sababu kama tunaangalia mambo ya pesa, hata masinani ni mambo ya pesa, utakuta sisi ndio tuesimike, tunataka tujue ule mtu vyama iangalie ule mtu na aina gani. Hata inaweza fika mtu ule amefanya kampeni na amekuwa amechaguliwa, unaonekana kwa miaka 3 unakuta hiyo ako na akili timamu. Tumeona watu wengine hata wako na madharau hata kwa Senate, na sasa unakuta hata Senate inaipika. Kwa hivyo vile Senate inaipika ndio hata MCA wanaipika, kwa sababu mtu ametolewa analetwe, kwa sababu sijui ni kwa sababu ni mnono, sijui ni mfupi, sijui ako na namna gani, hiyo kitu yote mpaka ikome. Kwa hivyo ni mambo mengi sana imevaa. Na unaona hata hapa kwa hii Senate, tumeona saa hii Senate iko inagawanyika juu ya kitu kimoja, kwa sababu mtu hawezi kuheshimu wale wafanyikazi ama mfanyikazi hawezi heshimu senator ule amechaguliwa. Kwa hiyo nataka kuunga mkono, lakini ni mambo mengi yaangaliwe. Pia hata inaweza kuwa au watu before wanominatiwe mtu apelekwe hospitali aonekane ama amekunywa dawa ya kulevya ama amekunywa pangi ama ni kitu gani. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono Bwana Spika.
Senator Sigei.
I thank you, Mr. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to support the petition that has been filed this afternoon before the House. And I would like to ask the question, why nomination in the first place? I think it's very important. And I want to join queue with Senator Osotsi when he affirms the fact that besides the requirement of the law to ensure that there is the 2/3 gender rule, like in the county assembly, the top-up, and also in the Senate, we need to go beyond that and appreciate the fact that nomination also is a tool for reward on members who have worked for the party, who have supported the party. Mr. Speaker, whereas we then say that there is the need to make sure that such people who are nominated indeed would support the party, even within the areas where they come from, such that in the case of the county assembly nominees, they must be people who come from within the county so that they advance the interest of the people coming from that particular county. We are aware, of course, Mr. Speaker, that we have a team that is required to represent persons with disabilities, the minority, or even the gender top-up. In the essence of those who are nominated in the county assemblies, do they represent those interests if they don't come from within those counties or the wards? I would say, Mr. Speaker, the answer is no. And therefore, it is most likely high time to relook at the law and say, if we are after appreciating those who have supported the party, then we revert to the law as it were, so that those who lose in the course of nomination can now get to be rewarded. And if we want to be very objective in the nomination, then political parties are encouraged to ensure that the nominees or the people who they put in the list that goes to the IEBC are people who are of substance, who will serve the purpose of their nomination. Mr. Speaker, as Justice and Legal Affairs, I want to encourage members, because we are going to be having a high-level meeting with stakeholders, and one of the issues which we have laid out to discuss in that meeting is proposals towards reforms in the law, including the IEBC and the nomination process, so that the players in the field of the political space can also air their views, including now the views which this particular petition is seeking to advance before this House. Honorable Speaker, I support the petition, and I look forward to whichever committee that you will have committed this petition to invite members of this House so that their views can be fully captured and appropriate recommendations are made to the House, and also towards amending the law where necessary or appropriate reforms are done to both political parties as well as the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. I support, and thank you, Speaker.
Senator Keroche.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise also to support this petition. I know Senator Halwale praised me because of having fought with men in Nakuru and having emerged as only the Kenya Kwanza woman senator to see in this House. I think I need a clap for that. But and then it's too harsh for Senator Mudigi to talk on the nominated senators. That is very, very harsh. But as is talking about that, I think there is no that level playing ground when it's come to the political competition. There is no that level playing ground. That's why you see less women in this House, less women in the county assembly, and less women in the parliament. So as we are supporting the motion, the petition, what we should be really worried about is about that level playing ground, so that everybody now can fight for their own to come to this House. But left the way it is, I think we will always have few women, and for special cases like the disability, the disabled people, it will also be very, very rare to see them see this House. But on that nomination, I concur with the majority of us saying it should be relooked, because I know in some counties, maybe like where I come from, I think all the MCAs were nominated one person, because I had people complain they were nominated by one person. So immediately after they go to that assembly, that county assembly, they will rarely talk on the issues that are affecting the county. It's come even to nominated senators here at the Senate or at the National Assembly. It is the same. So how they'll be chosen, these must be people that will come and just talk on national issues. Not only we talk of that we've nominated a senator from Nakuru County, that will just be talking of Nakuru County. There should be people nominated to talk on the national issues. These should be leaders and not followers. And we get those come into this House, they make a difference. And then they'll be allowed to vote. Because if they have no vote, it means they are just here like stooges. So we review that petition so that we see everybody nominated playing their role to ensure that this country moves to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. to contribute to this petition. May the record reflect that I'm in support of this petition, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for your information, I happen to have served in the National Elections Board of the ruling party. And I am pretty much aware and involved in all the process that leads to nomination of members to various county assemblies, the Senate, and the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is really a concern that you have political parties that do not really necessarily align to the dictates of what it needs and what it means to nominate people to the county assemblies, to the Senate, and to the National Assembly. I also want to put it here and clear that I have no issues on the quality of leaders that came to the Senate and those that came to the National Assembly. I think my colleague, Senator Alexander Mundigi, might be wrong by insisting on having some of us go through what is called psycho tests or being taken before a psychiatrist. I mean, it is really unfortunate that these are words from my colleague senator, but I know he has his own reasons. Otherwise, I want to believe, and I strongly believe that we actually sent people to this Senate who are of sound mind, who are doing their duty as required by the Constitution and the standing orders, and as a party, we stand by that list. Let me speak to the issue of political parties nominating people who do not come from those localities, especially in our county assembly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you've ever worked in a political party, in a political setup, whereby there are very many diverse interests, competing interests, and that when you're nominating, you also look at those people who've been involved actively in the politics of the day, people who've been involved actively in the politics of that party. Mr. Speaker, let us balance another thin line between those we send to our county assemblies and those who've really worked for the party, and those who really truly believe in the manifesto of that particular political party. In some areas like where I come from, Kwale County, and I am so sad to say this because I've personally been involved in a number of petitions before our courts, as far as High Court in Mombasa, and there was a ruling from the High Court in Mombasa that basically threw out about 5 members of our county assembly on account of the fact that they are not people from Kwale County. And I might disagree with that ruling, Mr. Speaker, but to some extent it has the merit that it deserves, Mr. Speaker, because these political parties, and sorry to say the leader of UDM is sitting with me here as my colleague senator, they gave us people from Mandera, surely. They gave people from Wajir to come and serve in the county assembly of Kwale, Mr. Speaker. I shudder to imagine what will someone from Northeastern know about Kwale County, Mr. Speaker? What will someone from a place like Kilifi serving in Kwale County, Mr. Speaker? What issues will really be able to articulate in that assembly? What issues would you be willing to advance and support and caucus that affect the livelihoods of the people of Kwale, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it is time we bring sanity to how we nominate our members to the county assemblies. It is time that nominations become purely an issue of balancing between the local politics of the day and the competence that is required, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say in my final remarks that I'm a member of the committee that perhaps this petition will come to us. And I am ready and willing to support my chair, Senator Sigei. And I want to call upon very many stakeholders to come out strongly and let us argue and let us discuss and let us engage in a very positive and serious discourse on how we end up nominating members to our county assemblies. We cannot afford, Mr. Speaker, to play politics with our county assemblies. If you all agree with me, the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, are the top, actually are the tier 1 when it comes to matters oversight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you can't be taking people who are girlfriends, people who are nominated because they know someone, people who are cronies, people who are just relatives of those who run the political party, Mr. Speaker. It is time, Mr. Speaker, we get serious people to the county assemblies so that the legislative work can be felt.
What is your point of order, Senator Mandago?
Honorable Speaker, my point of order is on 105, and I would like the Senator Chimera to tell this House how a girlfriend definition in politics comes in. You know, Honorable Speaker, I think there is a tendency when people already arrive in this House, they begin accusing other women being girlfriends and so forth.
while during campaigns, Honorable Speaker, the services of those girlfriends are highly sought. Can Senator Chimera substantiate the statement?
I tend to wonder what services are these that are highly sought during campaigns, Mr. Speaker. Other than the Speaker, I just wanted to say that these girlfriends I'm referring to is just, synonymous with the fact that they are girls who are friends to those who matter in the party. That is it, Mr. Speaker. Nothing else, Mr. Speaker. In my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that we will be more than willing to have a very robust discussion with various stakeholders so that we can streamline how we do this nomination, Mr. Speaker, so that we end up getting value for our nomination, we end up getting value for the money and value for the political party, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to support this petition. Thank you.
Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, the petition is hereby committed to the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights for its consideration. And in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of this prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 4th of October, 2023, being, Mr. Speaker, 1, the annual report of the Public Service Commission for financial year 2022-2023. 2, the annual report of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, for the financial year 2021-2022. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the report of the Office of the Controller of Budget, Annual County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2022-2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. The chairperson of the delegated legislation committee or any member of that committee. Call the next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, Senator Karen Nyamu.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern regarding World Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the state of cancer disease in Kenya, and the challenges facing victims of this dangerous disease. Mr. Speaker, the month of October is a very important month in the global calendar of health and wellness, as it is the month dedicated to sensitizing and creating awareness about breast and other classes of cancer. The month marks the start of a global campaign to increase knowledge and support for people affected by the disease. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to share some shocking statistics about the state of cancer in Kenya as released by the National Cancer Institute of Kenya in the month of February 2023. Mr. Speaker, 70% of cancer cases are diagnosed at advanced stages. 2/3 of the victims diagnosed succumb to the disease. Only 23% of all cancer patients in the country have access to cancer management and treatment services, and on average, the country records 47,887 new cases annually, with 32,587 deaths annually, translating to 89 deaths every single day. Mr. Speaker, no doubt this disease is a great menace and a disaster to our nation, and if you are not infected, then definitely you are affected. None of us can claim to be safe or immune, as the disease is not a respecter of any person, gender, race, tribe, age, or even status in society. Mr. Speaker, despite huge investments in the health sector every year, the low number of oncologists in Kenya continues to derail the war against cancer. Records from the Kenya Medical Practitioners Database indicate that we only have about 100 oncologists in Kenya. They are expected to serve more than 50 million Kenyans, translating to an oncologist to patient ratio of 1:500,000. And this state of affairs is not only quite alarming, but it has also put immense pressure on the few available public health facilities, leading to so much interruption of treatment and long waiting periods for patients. Mr. Speaker, the situation is further exacerbated by the low intake of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, the NHIF cover, where only about 25% of eligible Kenyans have actively taken up the cover. It is also observed that other private covers have been frustrating cancer patients and declining to pay their bills as per the insurance contract, and this only makes a bad situation worse. Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate World Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I urge every Kenyan, starting with my colleagues in this House, to be champions of the war against cancer by ensuring that we get screened early enough and understand that cancer does not have to kill you. And let us all embrace the popular mantra, your health is your best wealth. Mr. Speaker, allow me to inform my fellow senators that during this month of October, my team at Karen Nyamu Foundation and I have partnered with Path Care Kenya Limited to conduct a medical camp to offer free cervical cancer screening and treatment in Nairobi County. I urge all women of Nairobi to come out in large numbers and take advantage of this golden opportunity. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, there is great need to come up with specific legislation to address the myriad of challenges facing cancer patients in Kenya. As such, Mr. Speaker, I will be sponsoring a motion in this House to address, among other issues, the financial challenges experienced by cancer patients, with a view to increase allocations towards the purchase of modern cancer equipment, training more oncologists, and revisiting the National Action Plan on Cancer. I urge my colleague senators to support me through the motion when that time comes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lominen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of countrywide and general topical concern, namely the effects of climate change and the mitigation strategies in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to draw the attention of the Senate to the severe impact of climate change that has befallen the Turkana community. Climate change with the extreme weather patterns and has inflicted profound suffering upon our people, the majority of whom they rely on pastoralism for their livelihoods. It has caused loss of livestock loss of lives due to devastating floods, decimated our livestock through famine and drought, and brought about numerous other hardships. Mr. Speaker, sir, Turkana County is situated in an arid and semi-arid region, relies heavily on agriculture as its primary source of livelihood. Agriculture sustains 74% of our household and provides employment for 45% of the population. According to the Kenya County Climate Risk Profile Series, the majority of our farmers practice pastoralism, while those along the banks of the river Kerio and Takwel engage in rain-fed and irrigated agriculture. However, this dependence on agriculture makes our community particularly vulnerable to the adverse impact of climate change and variability. Mr. Speaker, sir, the effects of climate change in Turkana County manifest as unpredictable rainfall patterns, extreme and rainfall events, frequent and prolonged dry weather, and rising daytime temperatures. Consequently, the county has experienced droughts, floods, and intense rainfall, and has observed hazards. These hazards pose a growing threat to our agriculture sector. Drought and high temperatures, in particular, constitute significant dangers to Turkana County. They result in pasture loss, livestock starvation, depletion of water sources, and conflicts among pastors vying for dwindling resources. In contrast, the heavy rains experienced in Mount Elgon and West Pokot regions of the country, along with the intense rainfall over the short periods, leads to floods. However, Turkana County's ability to adapt to climate change has been hampered by inadequate resources and poor coordination among various institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, to address these challenges and mitigate the effects of climate change, I call upon the Senate Standing Committee of Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries to engage the national government and consider the following recommendation to address the climate change adversity facing Turkana County. 1, Mr. Speaker, mobilize resources and allocate sufficient funding to support climate change adaptation and mitigation programs, as well as support the dedicated Climate Change Directorate Office in Turkana County to facilitate collaboration among relevant ministries and agencies in implementing climate-resilient projects. 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, to allocate funds for comprehensive climate change research to better understand the situation and tailor solutions to Turkana County's unique challenges, and also invest in educational initiatives that raise awareness about climate change impacts and adaptation strategies among local communities and stakeholders. 3, empower meteorological agencies to strengthen early detection and warning systems, provide timely climate-based advisories to residents, and establish climate-resilient disaster preparedness and response teams to mitigate the impact of extreme weather events. 4, increase funding for agriculture extension services, promote the dissemination of climate-smart farming practices, and support capacity-building initiatives for extension workers to empower them with their latest knowledge on climate-resilient agriculture. 5, to invest in critical infrastructure such as water storage facility, i.e. water, dams, and ponds, irrigation systems, and improved livestock husbandry to enhance the country's resilience to climate change, and also develop climate-resilient feeder roads and transportation networks to facilitate the movement of agriculture products and reduce post-harvest losses. 6. Facilitate the establishment of livestock and crop insurance schemes that provide safety net for farmers during climate-related losses and collaborate with financial institutions to offer affordable loans and credit facilities to farmers for climate-smart agriculture practices, and support community-led afforestation and deforestation initiatives that help sequester carbon, prevent soil erosion, enhance ecosystem resilience, and further engage local communities in tree planting campaigns and provide incentives for sustainable forest management. Mr. Speaker, finally, in conclusion, Turkana County is at the forefront of climate change challenges, and our proposed mitigation strategies must be met with comprehensive support and action from the national government and our valued partners. Together, we can combat the destructive impacts of climate change, secure sustainable future for Turkana County, and ensure the well-being of our community and generation to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have two statements. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding
Senator
the hosting.
Boni, we are still
on
a statement pursuant to Standing Order 52.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of national importance and general topical concern, namely the temporary suspension by the High Court in Eldoret of all the official sittings, meetings, and deliberations by members of Washinegishu County Assembly pending the hearing and determination of a petition challenging the composition of the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the suspension arose from the filing of a petition in the High Court by a civil society activist challenging the composition of the County Assembly, specifically that the Assembly lacks the adequate representation of women and marginalized groups, following the revocation by the courts of the nomination of 9 United Democratic Alliance party members of the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we take note of these developments and their potential impact on our democratic process. The suspension raises critical questions about the state of our democratic institutions and the need for adherence to the rule of law. It is incumbent upon us, Mr. Speaker, as a representative of the people, to closely monitor and address this matter to ensure that the rights of our constituents are protected. County assemblies are an integral part of our democratic governance system and play a crucial role in representing the interests of the people. They are fundamental institutions through which the voices and concerns of the residents of Washinegishu County are heard, debated, and, Mr. Speaker, addressed. While appreciating that the judiciary plays a vital role in ensuring the rule of law and must be allowed to fulfill its constitutional mandate and responsibilities, allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to quote Section 7A(1) and 7A(2) and Section 14(2) of the County Governments Act. I quote, "County assemblies to be duly constituted at the first sitting." Mr. Speaker, it goes on and says, "A county assembly shall not be fully and duly constituted to the first sitting after a general election unless all the members provided for under paragraphs B and C of Article 177(1) of the Constitution have been duly nominated and their names published in the Gazette. 2. Subsection 2 shall not apply where the nomination of a member of a county assembly under paragraphs B and C of Article 177(1) of the Constitution is subject of a court order stopping or otherwise pending the nomination of the member. Section 14, procedure and committees of the county assembly. It provides that the county assembly proceedings are valid despite A, there being a vacancy in its membership at the particular time, and B, the presence or participation at the particular time of a person not entitled to be present at or to participate in the proceedings of the county assembly. Quote. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to argue that by dint of Section 7A(2) and Section 14 of the County Governments Act, the County Assembly is duly constituted and that such a suspension unnecessarily disrupts the normal functioning of the County Assembly, hinders the legislative process, and untimely affects
What is the
the
point
delivery.
of order, Senator Maruma?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your indulgence because Senator Boni Khalwale is talking about suspension of the operations of our assembly by the courts. Now, if the matter is live in the courts, when he brings it here, doesn't it flout the sub judice rule when he's discussing the substance of the case in court? Maybe we need your guideline as he continues. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Maruma, and Standing Order 103(4), a senator alleging that a matter is sub judice shall provide evidence to show that paragraphs 2 and 3 are applicable, meaning you must prove that if it's criminal or civil, it's active in the sense that arrangements for hearing have been done, it's set down for a trial, and that the proceedings are still very much alive. So rising on a point of order, alleging sub judice, then you have to go beyond just that allegation and indeed prove that the matter is active, it's been set for hearing, and therefore cannot be a matter of discussion here. That is the requirement under Standing Order 103(4). And he who alleges proves. So you're the one who alleged sub judice, then you'll be called upon under this standing order to lay evidence to that effect.
Mr. Speaker, I might not be a learned friend, I might not be a lawyer, but I'm well educated. When he says that the court suspended the operations of the court until the matter is heard and determined, that means that the matter is live in court. So I don't know any other understanding apart from the fact that this matter is live in court from his submission. Thank you, Speaker.
The standards of proof is as contained under Standing Order 103(4), saying that there is an order pending hearing and determination of a case does not meet the requirement of Standing Order 103(4). And that's why that particular standard of proof was given in our standing orders to avoid the kind of general statements that this matter is active in court. You must go beyond that statement to, in fact, to some extent, table proceedings pleadings rather, and indicating that indeed this matter is active, has been set for hearing, and that judgment has not been pronounced yet, which evidence we do not have at the moment. And therefore, where I sit, I may have difficulty in appreciating that this matter is indeed sub judice and rule that the senator is out of order. So in the absence of that evidence, I will allow the senator to conclude his statement.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of grave national importance. And Mr. Speaker, this action hinders the legislative process and ultimately affects the delivery of services to the people of Uasin Gishu County. In any case, the High Court in Eldoret ought to have reinstated itself, the High Court in Eldoret ought to have restrained itself from issuing interim orders that may be prejudicial. Even when the final determination of the case is made and such orders later found to have been unjust or unwarranted, there would, Mr. Speaker, be no way to recoup whatever will have been lost. Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore call for the vacation of the court orders and subsequent speedy resolution of this matter. I implore on all of us to pay close attention to the developments in Uasin Gishu Assembly and engage in a constructive dialogue to safeguard county assemblies from such actions in future. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable James Simrango. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Senator Alan Chisang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two statements to read. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries regarding the distribution of maize dryers to farmers to avert post-harvest losses. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline measures put in place by the government to avail maize dryers to support farmers during the harvest season, particularly in light of the impending El Nino rains. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, indicate the minimum price of a bag of maize during the harvest season, taking into account the rise in input costs due to global economic changes. Number 3, confirm if the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, in collaboration with the National Cereals and Produce Board, will avail dryers to farmers as a matter of emergency and at government costs. Number 4, to disclose the number of operational dryers currently at NCPB and indicate their distribution across the maize producing regions. And lastly, Number Speaker, to clarify whether the government has procured new dryers, and if so, indicate the proposed distribution schedule and expected timelines for their installation. Mr. Speaker, can I proceed with my second statement?
Proceed to the second statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement for Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on subsidization of farm inputs by Government of Kenya. In the statement, the committee should spell out plans by the government to subsidize farm inputs, including seeds and pesticides, during the upcoming planting season, specifying the applicable rates for the same. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, to clarify whether the government plans to subsidize top dressing fertilizer further during the upcoming planting season. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to read my statement on safeguarding the stability of agricultural sector. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the safeguarding of stability of agriculture sector. In this statement, committee should disclose plans, if any, by the government to purchase agricultural produce from farmers who have expeded harvest in fear of the impending El Nino rains and lack the means to save store to produce. And secondly, clarify whether the government is, if the government plans to offer support to farmers to ensure they can effectively handle and store their agricultural produce to safeguard national food security times of scarcity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice Ogola. You holding brief for Senator Beatrice Ogola?
Yes,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker. She
Proceed.
has requested me to hold brief for her because she's attending to other exigencies.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to request this statement on behalf of Senator Beatrice Ogola, a nominated senator, on the promotion of LGBTQ agenda within Kakuma refugee camp. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the promotion of LGBTQ agenda within Kakuma refugee camp in Turkana County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the reasons for the extensive support and promotion of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ agenda within Kakuma refugee camp in Turkana County, disclosing the primary promoters of the agenda within the camp, and 2, outline measures put in place to curb the escalation of the LGBTQ agenda in the camp and its environs. Signed, Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola, MP, nominated senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lomenen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on the status of construction of Lodwar Court Building in Turkana County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide an update on the status of construction of the Lodwar Court Building, stating reasons for the prolonged delay in completing the project and expected timeline for the completion. 2, indicate financial or logistical challenges faced, if any, contributing to the project's stagnation, highlighting strategies in place to address the challenges and expedite the project's completion, and finally, state actions taken by the government to enhance effective operation of the judiciary and ensure that the residents of Turkana County have access to justice in a timely and efficient manner. Mr. Speaker, sir, the second statement, which is request for a statement on the banning of schools in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Education regarding government's response to the banning of schools in Turkana County by suspected armed bandits from Baringo and West Pokot counties. In this statement, committee should, 1, provide an update on the actions taken by the government to bring to book the individuals responsible for banning of schools in Turkana County, including Lomelo, Napeitom, Nakuse, and Lokar schools. 2, explain how the government intend to permanently address the fear and insecurity that has forced students and teachers to forget the affected schools, depriving them of their rights to education and safe learning environment. And finally, state plans, if any, by the government to rehabilitate or construct the banned schools to minimize the disruption of education for the affected children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni Kalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the hosting of the 2027 African Cup of Nations by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. In the statement, the committee should, 1, confirm if indeed Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania will jointly host the 2027 African Cup of Nations. 2, state the criteria to be used by the government to earmark stadia in Kenya where the games will take place, listing all the stadia to be considered. 3, indicate whether Bukhungu Stadium and Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium in Kakamega County and Kisumu counties, respectively, will be given priority, considering their centrality within the East African community and the large number of fans of soccer residing in those two counties, and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the two communities from those two regions are the major contributors of players of soccer in Kenya. 4, inform the Senate of the proposed budget allocation for the improvement of the existing facilities in Kenya to meet the set AFCON standards. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the statement should spell out soccer development strategies that the government intends to implement so as to enhance the capacity of Harambee Stars, Kenya Premier League football teams, and football academies to boost the chances of Kenya winning AFCON. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Wafula Wakoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding a court ruling against the management of St. Joseph's Lumboka Primary School in Bungoma County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the circumstances that led to the filing of the court case involving St. Joseph's Lumboka Primary School in Bungoma County and a former employee of the school, where the school was fined $493,930 in 2022. 2, state actions taken by the Ministry of Education to address the regular arrest and release of the head teacher of the said school as a result of the school not paying the imposed fine, explaining how and when the fine will be settled, and 3, outline measures put in place by the ministry to ensure effective resolution of labor-related grievances in public schools to avert future legal disputes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I will give, because of time, I will give 4 senators to respond to all the statements for 3 minutes each. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quickly to say thank you. I know there are many statements, but allow me to react only on 1 or 2 of the statements in the interest of time and allow my colleagues. One, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Chesang, the Senator for Trans Nzoia, on bringing the distribution of maize dryers for farmers across the North Rift. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, we are experiencing bamba harvest courtesy of subsidized fertilizer that President William Ruto's government provided for us for the first time. In the last few years, Mr. Speaker, sir, we used to buy 50 kilos of fertilizer at 7,000 shillings, but we bought it at 2,500. Mr. Speaker, we are projecting to harvest 60 million bags of maize across the country. Mr. Speaker, as El Nino approaches, we are trying to harvest our maize, Mr. Speaker. We want to ask the government to quickly process and ensure each and every county, especially the North Rift counties where we call them a bread basket of the country, get maize dryers so that, Mr. Speaker, as we harvest, because we cannot dry our maize in the sun, we will be forced to put in the stores. And you know, we are harvesting early before they dry, Mr. Speaker, because of El Nino rains. It is good we are given dryers so that those maize do not go bad and aflatoxins. And Mr. Speaker, you know aflatoxins cause food poisoning, which is dangerous for Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, number 2, I want to ask government, and I know farmers have complained about this, that we need to know the price. As we talk, the price of 90 kilos of maize is becoming 3,800, Mr. Speaker. What should be happening now, we need to cut down from 90 kilos to 50 kilos, because all the cereals are 50 kilos, Mr. Speaker. And what we are requesting the government, the minimum 50 kilo bags of maize should come is between 7,000 and 5,000 shillings, so that we can get value for what we have done in farms, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue of harvesting, I know even it's not maize, many people realize why we are requesting for maize dryers to prevent post-harvest losses in this country. So, Speaker, you see sometimes we have milk which causes milk clot in the country. We have a lot of potatoes harvesting. We have mung beans from Kitui and other areas. Mr. Speaker, as a country, I propose that we must revive a robust or a robust strategic grain reserve, so that when we have excess maize, excess mung beans, excess potatoes, excess milk, Mr. Speaker, we must have a strategic grain reserve, so that when we experience the longest drought that we have done, Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, we are able to ensure Kenyans who go through hunger, Mr. Speaker. It is painful, Mr. Speaker, as we talk in conclusion, that, and it is sad to see any Kenyan losing their life because of, Mr. Speaker, because of hunger. And therefore, I hope as we harvest maize in North Rift and across the country, Mr. Speaker, the government through strategic grain reserve, we need also, Mr. Speaker, to have National Cereals and Produce Board, NCPB, to open their stores, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that farmers can deliver their harvested maize. Mr. Speaker, for that indulgence, I thank you and congratulate all senators that have processed their statements today.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, there is a statement that was placed before the House by the Honorable Senator Boni Khalwale. And Mr. Speaker, that statement resonates with me because it is concerning the suspension of operations by a court order of Uasin Gishu County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, as senators, our primary duty is set out in Article 98 of the Constitution, that we are the protectors of all county assemblies and their governments. Mr. Speaker, it is surprising to us and it is concerning all of us that a court can sit and order the suspension of operations of a county assembly on the basis that the composition is not okay. Mr. Speaker, this is a very ridiculous kind of order, and we must call it for what it is. The courts are independent organs. So is the parliament, and so is the executive. But we work in complementarity. Mr. Speaker, when courts start issuing orders such as this, maybe it is time that parliaments should disregard these orders and just show them contempt. Because, Mr. Speaker, that is the contempt they are showing us as representatives of the people. Today, it will be Uasin Gishu Assembly. Tomorrow, it will be Tana River County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, they are sitting to make decisions on behalf of an entire county, Mr. Speaker. We have just voted the passing of additional monies to the counties. And these monies, when they go there, they must be put through the process of appropriation by the county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, a lot of things are going to stop because of a court order. How can a court order injunct the work of elected representatives? Mr. Speaker, I think we must prioritize all the statements that have been made in this House today. Mr. Speaker, that statement must concern all of us. The committee that is dealing with that statement must take it as a priority. Mr. Speaker, we should even be called, if it is necessary, to convert this House into a committee of the whole to discuss that matter, because we cannot have courts behaving like this against elected representatives of the people. Mr. Speaker, I beg that that statement be prioritized, and before even we sit, the court should vacate those orders, because it cannot happen. What will happen to the people of Uasin Gishu, Mr. Speaker? And the Senate must come out very
Point of order. The statement. I'll give you an opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity. Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to comment on the statement by Senator Alan Chesang on the issue of maize, dryers, and the price. Honorable Speaker, as the committee considers this statement, we would like the committee to get proper information from the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Speaker, on the price farmers should expect to sell their maize. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, maize has already been harvested in parts of Uasin Gishu. Maize has already been harvested in parts of Bungoma. Maize has been harvested in parts of Trans Nzoia. And already, because of the rains, farmers are experiencing difficulties in drying their maize. Honorable Speaker, we cannot have government resources that are lying idle, like the dryers at the National Cereals and Produce Board, while farmers are suffering. We expect the committee to take to task the ministry as to why they cannot dry maize for farmers. Number two, Honorable Speaker, already the maize prices have dropped and traders are taking advantage of farmers because of the rains that we are having. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, a bag of maize is going for 3,800 to 3,900. Honorable Speaker, if this is not addressed, then the benefit that was passed to the farmers through the subsidized fertilizer will actually be lost to traders and millers who are not keen to ensure our farmers rise from poverty. Honorable Speaker, I expect the ministry to set a price, and we recommend that the price of a 90-kilogram bag of maize should actually sell at Kenya shillings 5,000 to compensate for the cost of rising fuel, to compensate for the cost of living that has gone up. And two, the ministry must actually open the National Cereals and Produce Board and establish the strategic grain reserves. We cannot be a nation that the last 3-4 months we were suffering of acute hunger in this country, and we are expecting about 60 million of bags, and we are reluctant to take advantage and mob that maize into our strategic food reserves, and then we go into a spree of asking for importation. We shall be benefiting traders time in, time out, Honorable Speaker. I beg the committee to seriously consider that statement.
Senator Moruma Moshushe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa kuchangia hizi taarifa ambazo zimetoka kwa maseneta tofauti tofauti. Ya kwanza ni taarifa kutoka Seneta Beatrice Ogolla ambayo ilipelekea kuuliza kamati ya Labor na Social Welfare mambo yanayoendelea kule Kakuma Ranch ya kuhamasisha wananchi kuendeleza usagaji na ushoga. Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri ni jambo la kutamausha kusikia kwamba kuna watu Kenya katika refugee camp ambao wanashawishi watu wa Kenya kufanya ushoga na usagaji. Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri kamati itafanya kazi nzuri kwa sababu swala la ushoga na usagaji ni la kipepo. Mheshimiwa Spika, na koti zetu hazijasaidia kutatua hili swala la ushoga na usagaji kwa sababu pia wamepitisha rulings ambazo zinasema kwamba ni haki ya mashoga na wasagaji kufanya vyama vyao vya ushirika. Ya pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni taarifa ambayo imetolewa na Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale ya mambo ya viwanja wakati wa AFCON 2027. Inatakana kuwa na uwazi kabisa ile mbinu na vigezo ambavyo vitatumika kuangalia ni viwanja gani vitakavyotumika, ili kama kuna manufaa yoyote, na najua manufaa yako ni mengi kwa sababu ya ile tunaita sports tourism, wa Kenya tofauti tofauti wapate kufaidika. Na swala la muhimu nimeona katika vyombo vya habari ni kwamba kuna kiwanja kitajengwa kipya cha kima cha shilingi ambacho kitashikilia watu milioni 60,000. Hicho kiwanja kitajengwa wapi? Na nikisikia mambo ya viwanja pia nacheka, manake serikali ya Jubilee wakati wakituuzia uongo mwaka wa 2013 walisema kwamba kutakuwa na stadium ama viwanja vya kimataifa katika kila kaunti. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini ile ilikuwa ni mbinu ya kupata kura, na mpaka leo Mheshimiwa Spika, Taita Taveta hakuna uwanja ambao uko half ama wa kitaifa, wacha wa kimataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kusema kwamba ile taarifa iliyotolewa kuhusu mavuno ama post harvest prices ni jambo la kuhuzunisha kwamba tumekuwa na shida ya mahindi, tumekuwa na shida ya njaa, tumekuwa na shida ya mfumuko wa bei, na sasa hivi wakulima wamelima, wamepata mazao, lakini wanauza mazao yao kwa bei ya hasara. Ni jambo la kuudhi sana kama serikali haiwezi kujiandaa. Walikuwa wanasema wataenda Zambia kulima mahindi, Zambia walete mahindi Kenya ili kukabiliana na mfumuko wa bei. Na sasa hii wakulima wamevuna, hatuwezi nunua, hatakuwa na mbinu yoyote, hatakuwa na mpangilio yoyote ya kuangalia kwamba tutanunua hii chakula ili Kenya iwe na chakula ya kutosha kulisha wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo serikali yetu lazima ijizatiti na ivute socks ili wafanye kazi ya kulisha wananchi. Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, we had agreed that we're going to have 4 speakers. We've already had the 4 speakers to contribute to the statements. I will add 4 more in this order, and I will not take any more requests. Senator Veronica Nduati, followed by Senator Oburu Oginga, and then finishing with the 2 leaders, Minority Leader and Majority Whip. And we'll close it there. Oh, one moment. Yes, you are. I apologize, Omtata. You know, I saw your name with Shakila Abdallah and they were out at that time. So I thought you put it at the same time with Shakila. So, let's see. Okay, let's redo the list. So 4 speakers, Omtata on this side, Veronica on this side, and then the 2 leaders. We'll have to add more speakers then. Okay, let's follow the list and finish with all the speakers. Is that in order? Is that in order? We allow everybody to speak. Okay. So, Senator Umtata.
Yes, Veronica is a very beautiful name in the Catholic faith. She is the woman who had the presence of mind to wipe the face of Christ when he was going to be crucified. So Veronica is a very important name. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the matter of football is very, very important. Just like Lingala music, you remember when Franco used to come to this country, there's even a time he went to Mumias, and people broke the gates, they sold all the chickens in the compound to go and see Luambo Makiadi. So when we choose this where to locate this stadium, let us be aware to the fact that there are some areas where football is virtually a religion and will get full following, and those areas need to be rewarded with a tournament like this. In Busia, one of our the most prominent Kenyan player of football comes from Busia, Wanyama, and is putting up a stadium in a place in Mungati. Maybe the new state, the government should do a partnership and that 60 million be given to Wanyama to complete that stadium so that we can have a world-class stadium in Busia. And it can also host the AFCON. And Uganda is equally fanatical in football. People will cross the border on foot to come and watch the game when it's put in Busia. So I will request that they put the stadium in Busia. Secondly, homosexuality is a religion. And it is being pushed in a way that we have to be very, very, very careful with ourselves. And so that motion about homosexuality in our refugee camps being promoted is equally important and should be given the priority of place. The question of schools, I think the ministry should step in when schools get into a situation like this and not leave it to the individual headmasters who have got no other resources. The institution should be bailed out and others. Now, I want to deviate a bit on one issue, the question of court orders. Yesterday, something began in this house which should never happen in a democratic society. Court orders must be obeyed, not on their merits, but simply because they are court orders. Anybody dissatisfied with a court order should go to court and seek to vary them or set them aside. But you cannot disobey court orders. This issue that there may be parliament is supreme. Parliament is not supreme. We are a creature of the Constitution. And the High Court has got power to determine whether what we are doing is constitutional or not. So let us move away from a question of
Senator Veronica, you're on the screen.
Yes. I'm next. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to comment on this statement that has been brought to this House by Senator Alan Chesang on the distribution of maize dryers to farmers. Honorable Speaker, a few weeks ago, I brought a statement before the floor of this House seeking to know how prepared we were from the county governments right up to the national government on how we would manage the harvest, the bumper harvest, especially on the grain, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, though agriculture is a devolved function, we have not seen any report tabled to this House by the Committee on Agriculture regarding the questions that I raised in that statement. There is a big problem in that, Mr. Speaker, because at the point when I brought that statement to this House and it was committed to the committee, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, there was no mention of El Nino then. And unfortunately, a few weeks later now, the nation has moved into preparation for the impending El Nino rains. Do we have a problem in how governance is carried out in Kenya? I would say yes. And we need to have a change and to take the law more seriously than we are taking it. First of all, at the county level. When the Constitution devolves agriculture to the county governments, does that send any message or any signal to a county government on what they should be doing about agriculture? Mr. Speaker, it is high time we started to hold respective county governments responsible for anything that goes wrong in functions that are fully devolved to them. And I'm saying that because when now I see a statement by our colleague here, Senator Alan Chesang, talking about the government outlining measures on how maize dryers are being availed to the farmers, we need those measures to be outlined not just by the mention of the word government. It should be outlined by the county governments. County governments must now take responsibility for food security within their regions. And at a particular time, Mr. Speaker, the Senate House will have to hold specific county governments responsible for any harvest that comes from within their county which suffers post-harvest losses, Mr. Speaker. Because it is not that God has not blessed the nation of Kenya. Indeed, when we look at the bumper harvest that is coming in, Mr. Speaker, only to have Kenyans complaining after a few months that they have no food, I think we are mismanaging different aspects and devolved functions that have gone to county government. It should be the pride of every county government to see that they have reserves, they have stores.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Oburu Oginga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some comments regarding the statement sought by Senator of Trans Nzoia County, Senator Alan Chesang, regarding the dryers, the maize dryers. Mr. Speaker, you remember when the fertilizer subsidy was introduced, program was introduced in this house here, Mr. Speaker, some of us expressed concern that subsidizing fertilizer alone will not lower the price of food in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we said this because farming is a process and it involves many, many things, including fertilizer, including land preparation, including harvesting and even post-harvesting losses. And Mr. Speaker, when we only subsidized fertilizer and the fuel prices went to the roof, Mr. Speaker, this means that the cost of preparation of land went up. And when the cost of preparation of land went up, Mr. Speaker, the farmers cannot sell their maize cheaply. And I have heard our colleagues saying that the price of maize should not be less than 5,000 shillings. Mr. Speaker, if the price of maize will not be less than 5,000 shillings, what it means is that the food prices will not go down. And Mr. Speaker, the only thing which the government should do is to accept to subsidize consumption so that the government buys from the NCPB stores, they buy it at that high price which the farmers are rightfully demanding, and then sell it a little cheaply to the millers so that the millers can sell unga at a cheaper price to the consumers. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do that, Mr. Speaker, there is no way we are going to reduce the price of food because farmers will not sell their produce cheaply because they did not produce it cheaply. If they did not produce it cheaply, how can they sell it cheaply? And if they don't sell it cheaply, how is the price of unga going to go down? Mr. Speaker, this is a dilemma which the government must resolve, and they must go back on their word. That is, they must subsidize food. They must subsidize consumption so that, Mr. Speaker, the farmers can benefit the wananchi can benefit from the subsidized fertilizer. And in future, Mr. Speaker, we also have to go to the subsidy of the fuel prices so that farmers can produce food cheaply, Mr. Speaker. This is...
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mundingi Alexander.
Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono Senator Alan Sisang, mambo ya kilimo, mimi ni mwenyekiti mdogo wakili wa agriculture. Ningeomba pia kuangaliwe mambo ya mbegu za kupanda kama Mount Kenya yote unakuta saa hii kona zote hakuna mbegu. Kwa hivyo Kenya Seed iangaliwe kwani inafanyika namna gani, kwa sababu tunataka vile itawezekana unga iweze kurudi chini, lakini sasa kama tunangoja mvua na tumepatiwa fertilizer ya bei ya chini na tumepokea mpaka kule vijijini, lakini shinda tuko nazo katika Mount Kenya ni kuwa hakuna mbegu ya kupanda asoa mahindi na zile zingine. Kwa hivyo ningeomba serikali iangalie kunaendeleaje na mvua iko karibu kunyesha. Ya pili, naunga Senator Karen Nyamo juu ya mambo ya ugonjwa ya satanic. Pia tunajua masinani ugonjwa ya kanza haijui masikini, haijui tajiri, haijui hata ile mboma iko na kila kitu. Kwa hivyo ningeomba kuangaliwe vile itawezekana hii ugonjwa iweze kupata ndawa ama njia itaweza kufanyika, ndio hata mahospitali iwepatiwe nguvu, iwe mtu akikuva ama mtu akigonjeka sana itakuwa hakuna mbinu inatakikana kwa familia, kwa sababu familia nyingi zimekuwa maskini, zikuwa tajiri, lakini hazina chochote kwa sababu ya hii ugonjwa ya kansa. Kwa hivyo naunga hii mbinu ya Karen Nyamo iweze kufanywa upelelezi na tuweze kuisupport. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Senator Mwaruma for the statement he made on behalf of Beatrice Akinyi. This business of homosexuality, people must know that for that reason alone, we can go and close Kakuma camp. Mr. Speaker, there is no single African community that promotes homosexuality. In fact, in all African communities, there are only two sexes, a man and a woman. And what is more, our Constitution in Article 45 defines, Mr. Speaker, as follows: that the family is the natural and fundamental unit of society and the necessary basis for social order, and shall enjoy the recognition and protection of the state, and that every adult has the right to marry a person of the opposite sex based on free consent. We are not going to be belittled simply because we are not as rich as those people who robbed our African wealth to become richer than us. In fact, people of Ikolomani, people of Kakamega, people of Nyatige in Migori, people of Ghana are at war. When you go to the House of Commons, I mean the House of Lords, Mr. Speaker, you see a 20 feet tall, a 20 feet high throne on which the king sits, made of pure gold that was found from Ikolomani, that was mined in Ghana, that was mined in Nyatige. They owe it to us for this riches they so speak to have. I therefore wish to condemn that practice in Kakuma and appeal to the head of state, who has no time for homosexuality, to ensure that order is brought in Kakuma. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the statement by Senator Alan Chesang about the cost of maize. It doesn't matter what the government will do. All we are asking as representatives of the farmers of Lugari in Kakamega, Likuyani in Kakamega, and of Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, and Uasin Gishu, is that whatever price maize is going to be sold by the farmers, it should guarantee our farmers a minimum return on their investment. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the Senator of Siaya speak about subsidy. This thing can be worked out, Mr. Speaker. It's possible for all our farmers to be helped to sell their maize to the National Produce Cereals and Produce Board, be given a guarantee on the minimum return, and what the government does to...
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Senator Alan Chesang on this statement of maize dryers. Mr. Speaker, I am bothered and disturbed. Government officials that are put in office, maintained by taxpayers, why do they lose their minds the minute they are in positions of administration? When the government gave out fertilizer subsidy, somebody who is paid the amounts of money at the level of a cabinet secretary, a PS, chief administrative secretaries, principal administrative secretaries, nobody sat down to plan about the dryers. Surely, why do we have to wait until right now when farmers are struggling with their crop, harvesting maize that is not even fully ripe because they don't want it to be destroyed by rains, Mr. Speaker? It is unfortunate. And as the legislature, we must continue to keep our government officials in check because that is our work. Mr. Speaker, this is just like another issue that has bothered me today. This issue of killings in Sondu. Mr. Speaker, my home to Sondu is hardly 10 to 15 kilometers. I know that town very well. The people that live there have lived peacefully for decades, if not centuries. But I'm greatly disappointed that the last few months, as authorities continue to watch, the situation has deteriorated. It began first by boundary disputes. Oh, you're supposed to pay revenue to Kisumu. No, we want to pay to Kericho, and whatnot. But now the issue has completely degenerated such that today you hear people have been killed on the Kericho side. The following day, there is a counter raid on the Kisumu side. And we just sit here as if nothing is happening. I sympathize with those people, Mr. Speaker. I didn't sleep last night because of many calls and messages from older people who are saying, young man, what is happening? Mr. Speaker, I expect that the Cabinet Secretary, Professor Kithure Kindiki, will have the time, will have the presence of mind to call all of us leaders from that region. I cannot be defeated to talk to those people if you take me, Senator Professor Ojenda, my friend MP Aduma, together with leaders from the Kericho side, to speak to our people and ask them, sorry. You'll hold my time, Mr. Speaker. There is somebody who's making it worse by cracking a joke as I take water. But the point is, I don't think it is beyond Professor Kindiki to call us as leaders the way I see do when he goes to Pokot, when he goes to Garissa. I am disappointed with my good friend Professor Kindiki that the last time he went there was no involvement of the local leaders. Why do you go and address security officers who have already failed at their work? I want to call, first of all, for the transfer of all officers that are serving there from both sides, be they Luos, be they Kalenjins, because it is clear that they are not able to sustain the security situation in that part of the country. Let us have competent people who will help us identify the criminals, because these criminal elements that are making the situation worse, I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that 99% of the locals in that community, they love each other, they intermarry, they do business. Who are these criminals that are setting up Sondu on fire? Is it not possible for
Thank you, Senator. Senator, more fire. You're a bit late in putting your request, but I'll allow you to speak.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am concerned by the statement made by Trans Nzoia Senator, Senator Tsesang, and I'm shocked, Honorable Speaker, that even today, having gone through some suffering as a country because of lack of funds, there are some government agents that are not responsible. Honorable Speaker, it is very, very, very disturbing that we have some agents in the name of, whether in the Ministry of Agriculture or any other person for that matter, who has not even seen it relevant to make sure that we have dryers which can assist farmers dry their food. because this El Nino alert just came a long time ago. The government has been notified, everybody has been notified that there's El Nino which is coming. And of course, we know that farmers are likely to get a lot of loss. We have just come from a very severe drought as a country, Honorable Speaker. But of course, I think this House should take some serious measures to make sure that those people that are concerned, that have not been able to undertake any measure to mitigate this kind of a service, should be censored to make sure that they are responsible. On the issue of homosexuality and lesbianism, which was brought to this House, Honorable Speaker, as a country we must make ourselves clear to the effect that this is element of serious immorality that is, as a country, we are not supposed to allow. And I would request the committee concerned from this House to make sure that they visit Kakuma to get the facts about this illegality. So in this respect, Honorable Speaker, I support both the statements. And as a House, we are supposed not to make sure that we put everything in its right place. I support Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, the County Government's Additional Allocation National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, second reading.
I call upon Senator Godfrey Ososi to continue with his contribution. He had a balance of 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I started contributing to this motion in the morning session. And while contributing to it, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about mineral royalties, where I was concerned that there was no clear criteria in the allocation of these royalties, because you find one region was getting close to 2.5 billion, and the region I come from, which is the Western region, we got 16,000. Bungoma got 0, Busia got 0, Kakamega got 16,000, and Vihiga got 0. And yet, in our region, Mr. Speaker, we see people prospecting and mining gold. So we are concerned the criteria that was used. The bill is not very clear on that. And this confirms the fears expressed by Senator Mandago, that some of the people in charge of these ministries could be allocating resources, huge resources to their regions. So we need to have a clear criteria so that we have equitable share of these resources. And even if the real reason is that these counties have not exploited the mining, how would they exploit the mining without financial support? If you give us money, for example, in Vihiga County, we have been pushing for this granite factory. We'll be able to mine the granite, huge volumes of granite, which are in Kakamega and Vihiga. So I think that is an issue that the committee needs to look at, so that when we see Coast Region getting 2.5 billion, and we know the CS comes from there, and we see other regions are not getting anything closer to 20,000, then we get worried, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also talked about the industrial parks, and I was concerned that this industrial park is a brilliant idea. I support it, Mr. Speaker, because it is going to provide us with opportunities to do value addition for our products. That I fully agree. But I disagree with the process in which this project is being undertaken. In my county, Mr. Speaker, we have been allocated 0 money. And yet the CS is coming this Friday to launch. So what is it going to launch? There has never been adequate public participation. There is no engagement of the local leaders on issues like location. And Mr. Speaker, there has not been involvement by the county assembly. So we are asking the CS for Trade, Honorable Moses Kuria. Yes, what you are doing is something good if it is properly implemented. But why the hurry? Why are governors being pushed to launch, to even spend money from county budget, to launch projects which are not going to take off immediately? Mr. Speaker, we also need a reason why only 18 counties got this money. The rest of the counties did not get this money. And yet the CS is moving around launching projects, even in those counties that did not get this money. He has done the launch in Kakamega. There is no allocation for Kakamega. He has done the launch in Laikipia. There is no allocation for Laikipia. He has done the launch in Narok. There is no allocation. He has done the launch in Kajiado. No allocation. Mr. Speaker, this will lead into pending bills.
Would you like to be informed by Senator Mandago?
Senator Mandago is my friend and is also a seasoned former governor and politician. Let him inform me.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Tsusi, for indulging. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to let the Honorable Distinguished Senator for Vihiga know that the industrial parks is a joint venture between county and national government. Counties, in their budget making process, already allocated 250 million, and counties are the one responsible for procuring. National government will then send their funds as conditional grants, and that is why the industrial parks money is part of the additional allocation we are processing. And I think the reason and that is why the CS is launching, so that the processes can begin, because we all know that contractors will not consume the money at the same time. Thank you very much, Senator Otsosi, for indulging me to inform you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what a good senator said is what we all know, what is in the public domain. But I was making reference to this bill, Mr. Speaker, where only 18 counties have been allocated the 250 million. And again, most of this county assembly have not budgeted for this money. So my concern is that why would a project be launched when a lot of things are still not done? I fully support this program, but I'm just saying let it be done systematically in the right manner, so that let the project not start and then we end up having pending bills. These are things that create pending bills, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I wanted to see in this bill was grants or allocation towards the affordable housing program. You know, housing is a devolved function. It's not a national government function. So if the national government wants to do housing, it has to do it through the counties. And how to finance it is through this program that we are discussing now, Mr. Speaker. But there is nothing in it, and maybe they will bring it in supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to criticize before I see the supplementary budget. But I want to say that most of the places where the affordable housing program has been launched, the tractors were taken away, the contractor left the site, and there is nothing happening. In my own county, the president launched the affordable housing program. And the following day, all the equipments were taken away, and nothing is happening. And now, I thought that I would see this allocated in this bill. There is nothing, Mr. Speaker. So I think we need clarity as to how this program is going to be financed. If it is going to be financed directly from the national government, Mr. Speaker, that is against this bill that we are discussing today.
Thank you. Senator Wakoli Wafula.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on on the county government additional allocation bill that members are talking about, honorable members of the Senate. I want to first of all appreciate that for the first time we have figures that are coming down to the counties that we represent, and that these monies have been clustered to where the monies are going to. And this one is part of oversight, legislation, and representation, that the people that we represent are aware how much is coming, allocated to what, and what we are going to demand more is a breakdown of these monies per item, per activity. Because, Honorable Speaker, the other day, 3 weeks ago, I was on the ground in Bungoma to check on the status of medical supplies in my great county of Bungoma. And those with canon minds who don't understand that the work of a senator is oversight, thought that our work is to allow money to come and sit back in our rotating chairs waiting to do postmortem on failing county governments. This is a clear indication, Honorable Speaker, that, for example, the money of aggregation industrial parks, that the county is giving 250 million, the national government is giving 250 million. The bottom line is this function is a devolved function, and that the activities must be championed by the county government, and it means that the tenders that are given must be tendered by the county government. These mega projects must be done by the great people of the specific county government. We cannot have mega activities, mega projects being stage managed from the center in Nairobi at the expense of potential contractors or tender people who can exactly execute these programs. So I will rally my colleague senators that as much as we support the government in ensuring that the industrial parks are done, let these people working in our great counties be given this opportunity to work. Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to look at, like in Bungoma, the money for fertilizer, which is about 242,962,800 shillings. These are monies that we must be able to follow to every farmer. The way government gives, people register to get this fertilizer. We must be able to know how many bags are being procured by the county government, how many farmers have got this fertilizer, where are they, and what amount of produce are these people getting. Let us not, Honorable Speaker, find ourselves trying to pump money into a bottomless pit, and we cannot account for the monies that we are pumping to the grassroots level. That means the executive members in every county, through the advice of the governor, must always give back to their county assemblies on the outcome of the monies that we give. Is there an improvement? Where is the shortfall? And we and ensure that this works. Another amount that seems to be coming, like in Bungoma, I'm seeing money for livestock chain supply, 335,809,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, I think this is a drop in the ocean, but we want to appreciate. What we are saying is that monies that have been broken down to various sectors in this bill of money must be accountable, and they must be ready to see us in every ministry, every department. Control of Budget and Auditor General must apply this honorable house every detail of the monies that are being consumed. Let us not be a house of postmortem. Let us do budget tracking by the use of government institutions that have been mandated to execute this work. Let us not be waiting for Honorable Sotsi and Honorable Tieno Kajwang to be giving us reports, and yet we are the sole oversighters of our counties. Honorable Speaker, looking at another thing that I've seen, some monies here, leasing of medical facilities. Honorable Speaker, I come from Bungoma. Mheshimiwa Okia is from Busia. my great miracle senator is here. We are paying large amounts of money for this leased equipment in our counties. Time is up, Honorable Speaker. We have to call a spade a spade. Are we sure that these monies we are paying for facilities or equipment that are on the ground, that are being used by our people, and there is a return for money? If not, I want to request this House to instruct and advise my good governor and senator, Mheshimiwa Mandago, that we revisit this wardrobe of skeletons. Because you can imagine this amount and facilities are not on the ground. These monies can equip our facilities with CT scan. They can equip our facilities with other medical equipment that our people travel from Bungoma to Eldoret, from Bungoma to Kenyatta, from Bungoma to Kisumu, and yet we are not seeing these facilities being used. I am going to consult my people on the ground. If these monies are being paid for things that are not there, I will come back on this floor of the House and initiate a process that we must recover the monies that are being galloped by projects that cannot be accountable. Finally, we are seeing monies from national government as grants. What I want to say is that we are opening a new chapter, that our people must be ready to see their senators follow every coin, every corner it shall be, to ensure that by the 5 years of our work in office, we can stand and gallantly say, we worked for the people and we have given to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and to God what belongs to God. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Mwaruma Mushushe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, the county allocations bill. Mr. Speaker, this is the best bill, or it's the best way of dispensing with this county additional allocations, because previously the conditional grants were appropriated through the county, the National Assembly. But today we are able to track this money through this county additional allocations bill. For my county, for example, we have money from development partners totaling to 1.3 billion. We also have money for unconditional allocations to county governments from mineral royalties totaling 51.7 million, money that was not there in the past. And would like to laud the Ministry of Mining for making it possible for counties to share mineral royalties, because previously, Mr. Speaker, we were told that it was not possible to share these royalties because then the regulations were not there. I'm happy that the current CS has made it possible for us to benefit from these resources. Honorable Speaker, we also have grants from national government totaling to 110,638,298 shillings, and we also have leasing medical equipment totaling to 124,723,404 and 30 cents. We also have money for conditional grants for provision of fertilizer subsidy totaling 43.4 million. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the problem of these conditional grants, just like for the shareable revenue, is not just the taking of the money to the counties. The big elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is the oversight. How do we oversight this money? If you look, Mr. Speaker, at the grants that are given, for example, money for leasing medical equipment, totaling 124 million for Taita Taveta. And this is not the first time my county is getting this kind of money in terms of the managed equipment scheme. My county still is very low in terms of provision of health care. For example, we don't have even a single ICU, despite the fact that we've been getting this mess money. Mr. Speaker, and the problem has been oversight. Where does this money sink to? We are only expected as senators or the Senate to wait for the Control of Budget report and the Auditor General report for us to find out where the Auditor General found faulty. But if at all we'll get the money for oversight, then Mr. Speaker would be able to go down and lay our own infrastructure to make sure that we oversight this money. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this money, for example, for 21 million for value chain support project, livestock value chain support project, this is very little money. Mr. Speaker, Taita Taveta is endowed with a lot of land, about 1.4 million acres available for ranching, for the rangelands. If you give us 21 million only for value addition for livestock, these are paltry sum, but it's a good beginning. Maybe it's something that we can begin with. Mr. Speaker, if I look at the IDA or the World Bank grant meant to increase market participation and value addition for targeted farmers, totaling to 255 million. This is quite some amount of money for my county, but again, the problem is the wastage that happens in the counties for lack of proper, Mr. Speaker, oversight. I have been experiencing for the last 6 years a lot of loss of these funds because when they are appropriated and they go to implement the ward projects, Mr. Speaker, the ward administrators, the MCAs connive with the suppliers and supply air. I told of a story, Mr. Speaker, where these grants were used to supply mbolea, the farmyard manure. Mr. Speaker, for each lorry that was supplying, it was divided into 3 and counted as 1. So if you supply 50 lorries of farmyard manure, they are being counted as 150 because it is times 3. So you must place adequate infrastructure to oversight the way these funds, Mr. Speaker, are used, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say that the problem is the MCAs are not adequately, the structure is not okay to oversight the assembly, and they have been crying that they want to be made autonomous. So, Mr. Speaker, when the executive is implementing the projects, but then there are no reports coming to the assembly in good time. For example, the PFMA Act suggests, or not suggests, but stipulates that every 3 months there should be reports from the county assembly, from the executive to the county assembly. When these reports are not given to the county assembly, there is nothing much that is done to the executive. And when the county assembly, sometimes when they try to maybe impeach on the strength of lack of those reports, then at the Senate level, we'll talk about threshold. Mr. Speaker, I had the Controller of Budget also lamenting that this issue is not only prevalent in the county assemblies, it's also there in the other ministries and departments and agencies, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know how we can amend the PFMA so that we criminalize this issue of not supplying documents in good time. Mr. Speaker, if the oversight fund comes to fruition, that is the Senate Oversight Fund, I think also we should set a structure so that when the executive of the counties give documents or the quarterly reports to the county assembly and they give other reports, the copies to the Office of the Controller of Budget, then some of those reports are brought to the Senate for scrutiny. We can have adequate staff to look at those documents so that we can deal with that oversight in real time, other than waiting for the money to be stolen, then we wait for the Auditor General report to come and do post-mortem for somebody who died a long time ago. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we are taking this money to the counties, but it is disheartening to note that most of this money will go to waste. Because, Mr. Speaker, as Senator Okoli has clearly stated, that we are taking a lot of money in terms of the maize money.
But if you look at how our hospitals or how the state of our Medicare, it is still in deplorable condition. Like in my county, Taita Taveta, we don't have even a CT scan. We don't have the basic materials that are used, the pharmaceuticals and the non-farms, to make sure that our people are able to access quality Medicare. And so what we do, we go to the neighboring counties of Makindu, neighboring counties, of Makueni, that is Makindu, neighboring counties of Mombasa, and we take all our revenue there. And then some of our people go to Tanzania, that is Moshi, KCMC. Mr. Speaker, if this money is well used, and with the passage of the FIF law that we passed the other time, I can assure Mr. Speaker, if the leased medical equipment scheme is well used, then our hospitals can be used as a source of revenue that would then make sure that, or ensure that our people get quality health services. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy today as a senator that we're able to benefit from royalties from the minerals, an amount that is about in the excess of 51 million. But I know, Mr. Speaker, if we were to be serious as the people of Taita Taveta, we should have earned much, much more money than this 51 million. Mr. Speaker, there are people who have become billionaires because of mining in Taita Taveta County, both at the ranches and in the national park, Mr. Speaker. If we had a good mechanism of ensuring that we have the royalties paid, Mr. Speaker, then we would have had adequate money in terms of mineral royalties. The money that is captured here, and I might not be very far from the truth, is the money from the iron ore. Because the good thing with iron ore is that before you export it, then you're supposed, before you get the export license, you should have paid already the royalties to government. But the expensive minerals that are being abstracted from Taita Taveta are the green garnet, the rubies of this world, where people are getting billions, but because of their nature, they are very small. You can put them in the pocket and smuggle them out of the county to Nairobi, to Sri Lanka, and to the rest of the world. We are not able to get revenue. Maybe if we have a better way of making sure that we can line up the people who are mining and taking part in the mineral business, then I think we can get more royalties than what we got in this bill. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that there are so many illegal miners within Taita Taveta. We've raised these issues with the CS, with the PS. The other time I talked to the PS mining, he went and stopped the mining activities, the illegal mining activities, because there are people who pose as artisanal miners. There are women group taking part in artisanal mining, small-scale artisanal mining. But behind them, there are very rich people who are using tractors, heavy machinery, and are the guys that they are mining as artisanal miners. I was surprised. I don't know from which quarter. Somebody allowed them to continue mining. We have brought the CS mining here, Salim Mvurya, his people went down. Again, there's a guy there who is complicit, who is eating with the illegal miners. And as I talk now, I'm told there are some people who are still smuggling the minerals out of the county. And I'm saying, what is the role of the county commissioner? What is the role of the DCC? What is the role of the DCI? And when I say this, I'm told that I'm a bit, but I have to be harsh because we are dealing with finite resources. These resources are supposed to assist our people, and we are supposed to even have some sovereign fund so that if the minerals get finished, then we can also go to the sovereign fund and help our people. So, Mr. Speaker, we must keep agitating. We must keep the war on illegal mining in Taita Taveta County, and we must tell the ministry and the government to make sure that they streamline mining. And the other thing that is making us not to get mineral minerals or to abstract minerals that now is the moratorium that was put in place by the government. We have followed through the Minister for Mining. He said it is not within his domain to lift the moratorium. He's saying that the moratorium was placed by the National Security Advisory Council because then...
Senator Moruma, would you like to be informed by Senator Jackson Mandago?
By my friend Mandago anytime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Mwaruma, for indulging me to inform you. I actually want to let you know that the Cabinet, in its last sitting, directed the Cabinet Secretary to do partial lifting of that moratorium. So as it is, this partially lifted except for industrial mining that is deemed very strategic for national resources and other issues. I thought you should know that bit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is very refreshing news because for us, mining is like almost what we rely on to create wealth. And if it is lifted, I would be extremely happy because then our people can go back to mining and they can raise revenue, and also for the government, we can get also more money in terms of not shareable revenue, but grants which come from minerals. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I would like to speak to, or not second last, is that since we have started getting royalties from minerals, we are awaiting to get royalties from the vast land that is hosting the Savo Conservation Area. Mr. Speaker, we are not getting anything, yet Section 76 of the Wildlife Management Act of 2013 stipulates that 5% of the money that is raised from the conservation area should go to the community that surrounds Savo. That has not been forthcoming, and I'm happy when the President came to Taita Taveta for some prayers, he made an edict that 50% of whatever is collected from the Savo Conservation Area should go to Taita Taveta County. I came to the Senate, I requested for a statement, the CS has brought a response, and it's very sad. It is very sad to note that in her response, she said that we even collect less than what is available to run the Savo Conservation Area. So I think, Mr. Speaker, what we are agitating for, since we bear the highest brand of a harm and loss of lives for our people, loss of livelihoods for our people by the wild animals, whatever is collected, we should have a way of sharing with our county, so that if we borrow money to supplement or to add onto the running of the Savo Conservation Area, whatever is borrowed should include that can go to mitigating the human-wildlife conflict. When I hear people saying that we are getting fertilizers so that we can produce more, I tell them, to me, it doesn't make sense. Because even when you get the fertilizers, we farm, we cannot harvest, because when you're almost harvesting, the elephants come and they eat all the crops. So for us, when we talk about subsidized fertilizers to bring down the cost of living, for us, we don't even understand that jargon. Mr. Speaker, more refreshing is that very soon we are going to benefit in terms of royalties from carbon credit. We harvest a lot of carbon credit from the 1.4 million acres, and I know the legislation that we passed here, if it goes into, it's operationalized, then we are also going to benefit a lot from royalties from there. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say is that much as we're talking about the money going to the counties, our concern has been the money that is left at the national government. It is not benefiting us. In 2020, we started a project in Taita Taveta, which I was given by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta, worth 2.2 billion, a road from Mbura, Mugange, Veruga, Wundanyi, Mtwamagoti. Up to today, it has only been given 89 million. This financial year, it has been allocated 98 million, and the year of completion is next year, September 2024. And now we'd wonder, if other counties are getting a lot of money, Why can't we get money that to complete just one project in 4 years of 2.2 billion from 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023? This financial year, it is given only 98 million. I think we should come up with a framework also to try and see how revenue left at the national government is equitably shared, so that some counties that have no shares, that have few people who bring very few votes into the basket of the president, are also given opportunity to benefit from the national cake. With that, I submit.
Senator Andrew Mtata.
Thank you. Some of us are very uncomfortable putting on neckties, and we have not been used to these neckties in this environment. So I think you need to do something about the air conditioning in this chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to say that the question of subsidies in this country need to be rationalized. We have countries that have had very heavy on subsidies, but the government does not involve itself in handling the product. The government uses vouchers, which are then redeemed at stores. The mess we get into, like the fertilizer, whatever I was seeing in my county, they brought the fertilizer to Malaba. Somebody coming from Osieko, where you pass through Bondo to get to, from Busia, you have to go through Bondo to get to Osieko, through Siaya, I mean, to get to Osieko, if you are going by road. You find that it makes no sense for somebody to travel all those kilometers to go and get that fertilizer. So these subsidy programs should borrow a leave from countries like India, which have got very, very heavy subsidy programs, but they use a voucher system so that you could go to a regular store with your voucher, then buy your fertilizer, but then you are discounted, and the fellow who gets the voucher redeems it from government in a very tidy manner. Number two, this money that is being added on to the other money that was given to counties through this bill, maybe would not be happening if we pay particular attention to the Commission on Revenue, the Commission on Allocation of Revenue Act 2011. There's a definition there of revenue that blocks counties from accessing revenue that they are totally entitled to. We don't access revenue made by state corporations and stuff. That's national revenue. So I would be urging this House to look at the Commission on Revenue Allocation, Commission on Allocation of Revenue Act, where they define revenue to mean all taxes imposed by the national government under Article 209 of the Constitution, and any other revenue, including investment income, that may be authorized by an act of parliament, but excludes revenue referred to under Article 209(4). That's okay, because that's county revenue. And then revenue under Article 206(1)(a)(b) of the Constitution. That revenue there's no basis for excluding that revenue, which is made by various parastatals and whatever, from the totality of the revenue to be shared. So we need to look at that so that we have a bigger cake to be shared, and then our counties will be entitled to slightly more revenue than they're getting. The issue of leasing of medical equipment, it's a tragedy. And I think it is something that should have been stopped like yesterday, because I've even gone around my county and you'll find that this equipment can hardly be traced. And it interferes with the capacity of counties to procure what they require. When they are procured and the money is used for leasing this equipment, which they have largely played no hand in acquiring. So I think we need to free counties, and if this money is given to counties, let them procure what they require on the ground. A question of minerals. I'm very, very saddened that Busia County has received zero allocation on revenues. Yet, we are one of the biggest sources of magnetic iron ore that is lying idle in the ground, in the Samia Hills and areas like that. We also have a lot of gold that is being mined irregularly in areas like Bumutiru. Even the Minister for Interior went there because there are major problems that have emerged with this haphazard mining of minerals. And we have expected that the Minister, having come there and seen the kind of challenges on the ground, they would even have allocated a little money for just a police station to police the operations. Nothing is being allocated. There should be an allocation, not just to people who are already mining, but also to build the capacity of those who are not mining to be able to mine. My brother, Senator for Taita, is happy that he has received some revenue from royalties paid on iron ore exported. I don't know if my brother is aware that in the Finance Act 2023, there's a tax that makes it that the tax imposed on iron ore is more than the world market for iron ore. So I don't know how you are going to export your iron ore now, that the taxation on it is higher than the market in the world market for iron ore. So that revenue might not be coming in the next farm. So I think that much as we support this bill and it's a step in the right direction, let us invest some time in what revenues we should be sharing in the first place. Then number two, get those revenues to be shared equitably. And I like the idea that, and I think that's an idea that the Senate that we have tried not to follow. One of the objects of devolution is to ensure equitable development of this country. The national revenue, the revenue that remains with the national government, requires supervision by this Senate to ensure that the counties are getting equitable attention, so that revenues do not go to where politicians think they can get more votes or they got more votes than in other areas. So the object of devolution that brings us the question or the idea of equitable development must be given the attention it requires. Mr. Speaker, sir, another thing we need to look at as the Senate is the institution of the Treasury. Under Article 225, Clause 1, Parliament was allowed to establish the Treasury, and it did so through the Public Finance Management Act. But the Treasury that was established is an appendage or is part and parcel of the national executive. It's not an independent body that can ensure that counties get the attention they require. The other day you heard the president say that he was the first, his administration was the first to channel funds down to counties within whatever time. But that's not the work of the national government. That should be the work of an independent treasury. Nyamira should be able to deal with the treasury the way the national government deals with the treasury. But when the treasury is put under the Minister for Finance and the Principal Secretary and other appointees of the national government, then it ceases being the national treasury anticipated in the Constitution. Under Chapter 12, one of the ills that was being cured, the mischief that they sought to cure under Chapter 12 of the Constitution, was the control, the absolute control on public finances by the national government. That's why you have the Office of the Auditor General being made autonomous, control of budget being made autonomous, and the Treasury anticipated under that chapter was supposed to be autonomous. But the old order sort of survived, and we have a Treasury that is part and parcel of the national government. And that gives counties a lot of problems to access support or to access revenues. We need, as a Senate, to interrogate and audit the architecture and the framework under which the Treasury has been established, to make sure it's aligned with the Constitution, so that the 48 administrative units that we have in this country, the national government and 47 county governments, have an autonomous treasury that addresses their needs, and none of the governments should be superintending it over others. So right now, a big problem we have with the finances of counties.
Senator Omtata, would you like to be informed by Senator Enoch Wambua?
Enoch Wambua is a bishop. He can speak with authority, so I'll let him speak with authority.
Thank you, my brother, Senator Okiya Omtata. I just want to take this opportunity through the Speaker to inform you that actually the issue that you're raising on the matter of the conflict between the National Treasury and the Ministry of Finance is the genesis of the problems of funding to county governments. And alive to that challenge, I have drafted a bill to which then I'll really need your input. That we must separate the National Treasury, or the Treasury, just the Treasury, from the Ministry of Finance, so that the Treasury feeds both the national government and the county governments. You can't have a situation where the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury are one and the same thing, and they are expected to feed both levels of government equally or equitably. So for the information of Okiya Omtata, it's work already in progress, and I hope that this House will support that move. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can see the Bishop has spoken with authority. And I'm most happy that there's work ongoing in that region and in that direction. And I would like that you try to borrow on the expertise of some of the most brilliant minds in this country in terms of the structure of devolution and Chapter 12, and that's Dr. Mukangu. Dr. Mukangu has done a lot of work on the Constitution, and you could really benefit that bill if you can approach him, and it's a bill that is long, long overdue. Because if we don't separate the Treasury from the Ministry of Finance, devolution is going nowhere. And that's the elephant in the room. And once we do that, then we shall be able to have these 47 administrative units approach the Treasury and be served independent of each other. But as long as the national government thinks that it owns companies, it is the financier of counties, then counties are going nowhere. And that's why I found a statement by the President, welcome as it was that he had released the money, to have been done in circumstances whereby there's a framework that ought to have been doing that work without the goodwill of an individual. We thank the President for the goodwill he expressed and the political action he took to make sure that money was released in the time it was. But if the Treasury was separate from the Ministry of Finance, and the Treasury was autonomous, it would have been doing that thing without the prompting of the head of state, and the head of state would be left to do more serious work that he's supposed to do in this country. So I really support this the direction we are going, that this additional revenue issue has been brought to the Parliament, to the Senate. It did not just end up as a question of the National Assembly, but going forward, even the use of the equitable share that remains in the national government must be validated by the Senate. Because the Senate is charged with ensuring equitable development of this country. So the Senate will be able to check and say that maybe counties in Region A are getting the lion's share of this, and that's not correct. We could be able to correct that. So the idea that it's only the National Assembly that should supervise the revenue that remain, the revenue share that remains with the national government is not anchored in the Constitution of Kenya, because that one goes against the principles of devolution, and the senator, the custodian of devolution, and one of the cardinal issues of devolution being to ensure equitable development of the country. And the national government doesn't have its own territory, but carries out its projects within counties. Then the Senate must supervise how that money is used to ensure remarks. I support the bill. And I also want to thank, when I was a few minutes ago, I noticed that one region was fully represented in this house, with a senator from Vihiga, with a senator from Bungoma, with a senator from Kakamega, and a senator from Busia. So the entire Western was fully represented in this house to show that as a marginalized area, heavily marginalized area, but with the extreme potential, we take matters of public finances seriously, and we are sitting in a region whereby all the factories have failed. And the bullfighter can confirm to me that we have no functioning factory in Western region. So when these small allocations come in, we would like to see facilitation to the potential we have in the area. For Busia, I would like to see facilitation for mining. I want to see the Samia Hills being mined and the iron ore being turned into wealth. I want to see the gold in Bumutiru being mined and the iron ore and the gold taken out of that place being given to us. You know, it's a very sad situation whereby you find that the gold, the mining, because of the very primitive equipment being used. I'm told we take out about 20% of the gold on site. Then lorries come from Tanzania to carry away the soil. And they take them for further smelting, and I'm told 75% to 80% of the gold is in that soil. So when somebody comes and buys a lorry of soil for 30,000 shillings, there must be something in that soil. So why can't we be allocated money to be able to get the equipment to do all the processing or the mining, the extraction of the gold on site within the Republic of Kenya, instead of waiting to only extract a small bit and using very crude methods, washing gold using naked hands, and you are using mercury. So we are anticipating an explosion of cancer in Bumutiru in a very short time. So we needed to be allocated money to be able to modernize the mining in Bumutiru and the other areas of Busia, and to knock out the Tanzanians who are coming to carry away our gold at a throwaway price. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Veronica Nduati.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this important debate on the county government's additional allocations bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill forms the basis of a good law in the making, because it appears to be a redesign of the funding model for the counties and allocates additional funding to the county budgets. It's an assuring legislation, Honorable Speaker, because ideally it should give a lot of comfort to the funding and development partners, Mr. Speaker, because it's also a framework for accountability for any funding sources that are given to the counties, Mr. Speaker. I have looked at the provisions of this bill, and looking at provision contained in Section 3 of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I see an open clause there which talks about this bill, one of the objects being to provide for additional allocations from proceeds of loans and grants from development partners. I don't know the extent of the loans and grants that are provided for here, but I see an opportunity for the proposer of this bill to close that, to make sure that the clause is not open-ended, and that it's subjected to other relevant laws in Kenya that then limit the loans and grants that are sent to whatever level of government, including the county governments, Mr. Speaker, so that it does not open the brackets and the percentages of the amount of loans or grants. Grants are not limited, but the loans, Mr. Speaker, need to be conditioned to the set limits that are spelled out under the relevant laws in Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, I believe this is an act that is, the bill is long overdue. And Mr. Speaker, while it provides for many functions in the county, I believe it is one that now forms a basis for establishing a better mechanism to monitor and oversight on how these funds are spent. Mr. Speaker, because this sends additional allocations to the counties, Mr. Speaker, there is always the risk in our county governments for funding that is sent to county governments being misused and not being utilized for the purpose for which it has been allocated or assigned to the counties. I am looking, Mr. Speaker, at some of the funding that is being sent to the building of the county headquarters. We have several counties, Mr. Speaker, where the headquarters have not been completed 13 years since the commencement of devolution concept in Kenya. The question is, why have these headquarters not been completed? What goes wrong and what is the end date for the completion of this county headquarters? Mr. Speaker, with such a bill, one of the limits it should set now, because it is not year one after devolution commenced in Kenya, we should have an end date for all the counties to complete their county headquarters, so that we do not have additional funds being allocated for construction and completion of county headquarters, and we still find that those headquarters, when we visit, are not completed. A case in point is Turkana County, where we have come from, Mr. Speaker. We looked at the offices, the county, Turkana County government offices, Mr. Speaker. There were small cubicles which were semi-permanent. And the question one asks themselves is why it has taken this many years for those headquarters to be completed, though we could see a very impressive structure that was going through construction, but it had not been utilized by the Turkana people for the many years that the county headquarters have not been completed. Mr. Speaker, it is my proposal that even as funding is allocated to the county headquarters which are named in the schedule in this bill, then we should always have an end date for the completion of those county headquarters. And if they are not completed within the period that is set, after that allocation is done, then there should be financial penalties that are accruing to the delays, Mr. Speaker, just like it is akin to contractual building contracts, where if a construction is not completed within the time spelled out in that building contract, Mr. Speaker, then the contractor, if it's the contractor who has delayed and funding has been provided, they pay penalties which are quantified in terms of money. I believe, Mr. Speaker, if we have to encourage counties to be more expedient in their management of resources, then we should be including sanctions within such bills so that one who fails to comply, any county government that fails to comply with that model, then starts to lose the funding, and then people will understand whether the people managing those counties are qualified to manage those counties or are not qualified or are not able to deliver the projects that are needed by the people. I have also looked at the schedule that is attached to the bill, Mr. Speaker, and it shows how the 5 billion on fertilizer has been disbursed, the worth of fertilizer that has been disbursed to the various counties. I have noted some counties, maybe those that are agricultural based, have benefited a lot from the subsidies that have come with the fertilizer. I have also noted some of the counties did not benefit much because maybe they did not appropriate this benefit that was accruing to the counties. It therefore means if this bill is utilized properly by the counties, they'll be able to assess their performance in various aspects. For instance, in agriculture, Using this matrix that is set out here in this schedule, a county is able to say that we received this much in agriculture, our produce is this much, we can tell whether there is return to investment. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, all counties should be able to be gauged against what they have benefited through this county government additional allocation bill. So this bill should have a monitoring matrix, Mr. Speaker, that helps us to see whether when funding is directed to counties, it is then eventually benefiting the people who are resident in that county. Regarding the court fines, Mr. Speaker, I've noted in some of the counties, including Murang'a County, there is no allocation of the court fines that have been collected in that county through the bill to the county government of Murang'a, among many other counties. For instance, I have seen that Nyandarua, Nyamira, Trans Nzoia, Vihiga, West Pokot has very little allocated to it for this, under these court fines, only 1,650 shillings and 20 cents. I believe it is quoted in shillings. It doesn't have, the schedule does not show that the quote of the figures in the schedule is in millions. Mandera is 1,028. Mr. Speaker, unless there is a problem with this schedule, it then means that nobody was fined in that county, so no amount has been allocated. That needs to be checked, whether that is the position, whether it's accurate or not accurate. And then when I look at page 588, the second schedule in that bill, I have seen the allocation for mineral royalties. For instance, to Garissa is 844,691.51. The same allocation is put against the fines, the court fines. Does it mean that the royalties were equal to the court fines, or is there a problem? Is there a typo? And the same goes to Kajiado, 660,242,991.11, allocated against the mineral royalties, and also allocated against the court fines. And that is repeated for Kilifi, it's repeated for Kisii, repeated for Kwale, it's repeated for Nandi County, repeated for Samburu County, Siaya County, and I believe maybe there was a typo or a replication or a copy of the figures between the mineral royalties and the court fines, and that would then need to be amended so that we have an accurate statement of the figures that are being sent that direction. And Mr. Speaker, regarding the mining part of it, the royalties that are being earned from the mining, the figures that are quoted here are an understatement, Mr. Speaker. If you look at some of the stones, the gemstones, Mr. Speaker, the special minerals that are being sold worldwide, Mr. Speaker, 600,000 or 1 million shillings is very little to talk about in terms of a country budget or a county budget. It therefore means we have not harnessed the full value of the resources that are within our country. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, it's because of the environment that we have been in, where even mining licenses were frozen, they have not been issued. And the Minister for Mining, our friend C.S. Salim Mvurya, has been to this house and confirmed that they were not issuing mining licenses anymore until when they are ready to issue the mining licenses. We would urge the ministry to open up this area because these resources are ready for harnessing. And even as the licenses are not being issued, we still have illegal miners who are taking advantage of the minerals and still taking advantage of the environment that we are in and still trading on those minerals behind the government's back. So we need to put that area under control, and the only way to do it is to bring back the licensing so that the government will understand who is this who is mining which mineral where, and what royalties are being given to the county governments. What is the benefit to the Kenyan people? And if we are taking advantage of the mining resources in the different counties, Mr. Speaker, like we were told that in Turkana there is gold We did not know there was gold in Turkana. There are many resources within Turkana County and maybe in many other counties. Those resources are inexistent. Then why do we not open up this field so that the nation can earn royalties from this mining, and we reduce the loans and we reduce the borrowing that the nation is having to do to meet the budget gaps, Mr. Speaker? So I would urge the Minister for Mining to ensure that this area now is sorted out once and for all, and to learn from the country in our neighborhood, Tanzania, our neighbors here. They have taken a step in mining, Mr. Speaker. They are doing value addition of mining. In fact, I was shocked when I went to Dar es Salaam a little while ago, Mr. Speaker. They have a whole street where they sell gold, fully refined gold chains, gold rings. They have taken advantage and they are refining it, not just refining the minerals, not just mining the special minerals and the special stones, but they are also making sure that they are crafted to final products which are being sold within the Republic of Tanzania. And that means they are taking the full benefit of value addition on those resources. Mr. Speaker, once again, I have noted the industrial parks where every county has been given a grant they are supposed to match, 250 million grant by the national government to match it with a similar amount in order to put into place the aggregation and industrial parks within the county. This is a great opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Instead of counties crying throughout that young people do not have jobs, what they need to implement is this aggregation and industrial parks, Mr. Speaker. This will be an opportunity to create many jobs. And within a very short while, Mr. Speaker, we could be speaking of tens of thousands of young people getting jobs within these aggregation parks and being able to value add on the products that are being received in Kenya. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to support the enactment of this bill into law, and I would urge the proposer of this bill to consider introducing amendments to refine it, and also to make sure that where it is not properly drafted, Mr. Speaker, like for instance, indicating specific amounts of money within the clauses of the bill. We have clause 6M, specifically talking about the county climate change resilience grant as set out in column N of the 3rd schedule, and specifically indicating the amount of that grant is 6,187,500,000 financed by proceeds from a World Bank loan. Then, Mr. Speaker, such a figure should not be read within the bill itself. It should either be in a schedule or the amount should be stated as amount that will be agreed upon or borrowed, or such other amount as may be determined from time to time, so that we have a good draftsmanship on the provisions and the clauses of that bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the bill that is before this House. Thank you.
Senator Hilary Sigay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to also contribute to this very important bill. It is indeed a very significant piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we are discussing the means with which our county governments are given additional funding over and above the resources which have already been shared in the allocations which this House also passed some 3 months ago. Mr. Speaker, the aim of this legislation is to give supplementary funds which are coming from development partners and also additional conditional grants from the national government. And indeed, it is one of those which we should, as a House, pride in terms of ensuring that our county governments are facilitated or financed in order for them to be able to serve the people at the county level, in ensuring that service delivery to the people is not hindered for the reason of non-release of funds from the national government. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the additional amount that this particular legislation will give to the county governments is a whopping 56 billion Kenya shillings. 56 billion Kenya shillings on top of 385 takes us to a greater amount of 445 billion, which once disbursed, county governments will have no reason at all not to serve the people who elected them into office, and also appreciate the fact that under the provisions of Article 189 of the Constitution, there is relation in terms of cooperation between the national government and the county government. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation is a confirmation of the fact that the government of the day is in complete support of devolution, and by ensuring that such additional revenue, including the sources that are coming from conditional allocations and also the national government conditional grants, is a confirmation that the national government fully supports the county government and ensures or seeks to ensure that devolution indeed supports the people who are at the grassroots. Mr. Speaker, the clauses in this bill, starting from clause number 1 to clause 5, are general clauses that gives a breakdown of the sources of funds. Mr. Speaker, starting from the grants from various development partners, the World Bank and others, together with the provision as to the amount with which each of these particular development partners is giving has been listed, giving the bill a confirmation of the sources of the funds. Mr. Speaker, clause 8 is a very critical provision in the bill. It gives us, it gives the county treasury an obligation to ensure that it gives this house in every, this should be under the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act. The county treasury is required to report to this house. This is one way of ensuring that the role of the Senate in terms of oversight, in terms of ensuring that the resources which have been devolved are put into good use. And there is only one way of ensuring that, the only one way of ensuring that is by the reporting. Under 8B, the county treasury is required to provide an actual expenditure by the county government of the allocations made under the provision of the various schedules in this bill. This is a very critical provision, and I urge this House to ensure that this particular provision is enforced in the letter. That way, it will be an opportunity for the Senate to make sure that the resources are not abused, and also that service to the people is indeed provided. Under 8D, the county treasury is required to give an explanation of any material problem in the expenditure of any allocations made under this act, or compliance with any conditions of allocation set out in the intergovernmental agreement. This, Mr. Speaker, is another way of ensuring that the resources, however much or little they are, must be accounted for. And if there is any challenge or any problem that the county government is unable to fully utilize the resources for the work that is given, then they should do that in the report that is coming to this House. If only this House will ensure that this legislation is fully enforced, the amounts that have already been shared by the county, by the national government to the county governments will be properly utilized for the benefit of the people whom we represent and who look up to us for purposes of ensuring that we oversight the monies that are sent to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, the schedules which have particularized the various allocations is very key. It is very key in that it gives each and every allocation to the expected performance. In this case, for instance, under the first schedule provides for conditional allocation. And in this case, it has listed the grants from the national government revenue under column 1, a specific amount. Under column C, conditional grant for leasing of medical equipment. This a number of senators have spoken into, and it's something that we are all aware has previously been litigated in various courts. And it is indeed a very sad reality that we are still allocating resources, 124 million, which some counties are saying the equipment, some of which we are paying for, have never been delivered. It is something that it's high time the House deals with it, whether it is through ensuring that it's only the equipment that has been supplied to that particular county that is paid for, so that we don't just release funds for purposes of abuse. The second last column, that is column E, Mr. Speaker, provides for conditional grant for provision of fertilizer subsidy program. This is an enhancement of the program that the Kenya Kwanza government has pushed, being one of its top priority programs, in order to ensure that there is increase in production from the farmers, and of course by extension bring down the cost of living. Previously, we've talked here in this House about the cost of maize from the statement that earlier on Senator from Trans Nzoia presented, and it's indeed a product of this subsidy program where the government has pushed for subsidizing production rather than subsidy on consumption. And Mr. Speaker, I note that under this first schedule, the county government of Bomet is getting an additional 131 million Kenya shillings for the subsidy of fertilizer program. And under the same column, the entire amount that the county government is going to get additional from what it received is 256,407. This is an amount that we look forward to the services to the people. And as earlier on commended by a number of senators, we do not expect to have a reason as to why county governments are unable to deliver and or give an excuse for their inability to deliver. I notice my colleague, Senator Wambua, is, not if I miss something, I believe it's with regard to the time. I'll try to run through the next two scheduled senators so that you get an opportunity as well to contribute. Under the third schedule, Mr. Speaker, this is the schedule providing for conditions allocation for proceeds of loans or grants from development partners for financial year 2023-2024. This, Mr. Speaker, is one of those areas where we are beseeching the county governments, and I believe in future the sponsor of the bill should also ensure that whereas we are generalizing this release of these funds for not necessarily a specific program, but for a program, we should be able to tie it down to a particular program so that we don't get the county governments getting an opportunity to also divert the resources to other programs or other projects, which on the one hand cannot or could not be of a priority item, or two, the collusion that is most likely going to arise in most cases between the donors and also the officials from the county government to abuse resources. A lot of such, in terms of pilferage of county resources, happens when resources are not pushed for a specific program. In this particular program, Mr. Speaker, the county government of Bomet is getting a whopping 362 million Kenya shillings. This 362 million Kenya shillings will go into the primary health care in the devolved government. This is also a confirmation of the collaboration between the national government and the county government, notwithstanding the fact that health services is devolved. There are certain services with which collaboration is key. This, for example, is the issue with regards to what was launched last week by the president in terms of community health promoters, where they will be supplied with equipment, they will be paid a stipend, which the county government is expected to also match in order to ensure that such persons do not work for free, and in extension of the requirement to create job opportunities for the residents of the places. I believe that in the end, the 100,000 community health promoters will also be direct beneficiaries of this particular program, and we will be fulfilling the commitment to create job opportunities for the people of Kenya. From the fourth schedule, national government is enhancing the expenditures on devolved functions, which are in this case converted to additional conditional grants to the county governments. This is something that will also happen within the financial year 2023-2024. And the county government of Bomet, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that it's getting an additional 57 million Kenya shillings, 57,294. In total, this bill is going to give an additional 782 million Kenya shillings to the county government of Bomet, and the services which we would definitely be saying would not be supplied because of want of resources will be funded in order to ensure that the people from such counties are given the relevant commitment by the county government in service delivery. The annexes which have been provided for in this bill give a detailed breakdown of how the county government, the county treasury, and the relevant officers within the county government are expected to ensure that this resource is appropriately utilized for the people of that particular county. And I look forward to ensuring that these resources, once they are released from the national government to the county coffers, I look forward to making sure that our county governments serve the people, utilize the resources, and service delivery to the people will be felt at the county level. Mr. Speaker, this is a very crucial bill that I want to appreciate the majority whip for fast-tracking it because of the importance that it has for this House and also the county governments that represents a greater majority of the people of this great country, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill and I thank you for the opportunity. I believe Senator Wambua will be able to also say something in the next remaining minutes. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Enoch Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also add a voice to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill 2023, and thank my colleague, my friend, my brother, Senator Wakili Sigei, for yielding some time to me to contribute. Mr. Speaker, it is a good day that the Senate is discussing conditional allocations or additional allocations to county governments because under Article 96 of the Constitution, we as a House, as a collective House and as individual members of the Senate are required to oversight funds that are generated nationally and allocated to our counties. The Speaker, from the word go, I want to note that whereas I support this bill, there is need for cleaning up of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Need for cleaning up because the Speaker, words have meaning. And I am almost always offended when we talk about national government allocating money to county governments. When actually the true wording would be allocation of resources of revenues to county governments which resources have been collected nationally. It is the Treasury that is supposed to be allocating money to both the national government and the county governments. So, Speaker, there will be need to word this bill so that someday, many years to come, when the great-grandchildren of the Senator of Kakamega sit in the House and they review a bill that their grandfather passed, they will be wondering what was the problem with their grandfather. Didn't he read the bill properly? So the cleaning up, Mr. Speaker, will be important. Now, going to the particulars of the bill, I will touch on only 3 items because I don't have a lot of time. I will touch on the first schedule, on the additional funds for the construction of county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, we must get to a point that we draw the line. I have been in this house, Mr. Speaker, now for the last 6 years. And every year, there is a conversation about money being allocated for the completion of construction of county headquarters. And those county headquarters are actually 5. It is Isiolo, it is Lamu, it is Nyandarua, it is Taita Taveta, and it is Tharaka Nithi. There are 5. So, Mr. Speaker, no, it's not Taita Taveta, it's Tana River. I'm sorry about that. It's Tana River, not Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, when we went to Turkana last week for Senate Mashinani, the whole world was shocked at the level of incompletion of county government projects. One of those projects, Mr. Speaker, was the county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, I will propose that this should be the last time that this item appears in the additional allocations bill, and it should mark the beginning of a serious audit on the use of these monies for the construction of these county headquarters. This year alone, a whopping 454 million Kenya shillings is being allocated for this function. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be constructing 5 county headquarters for 7 years. There must be something very wrong with what we are doing. Even, Mr. Speaker, even the value of money 7 years ago, today, is a very different value. We must get serious and deal with that matter once and for all. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, that I want to talk about is still on the first schedule, on the matter of the conditional grant for leasing of medical equipment. Another elephant in the room. So, Speaker, it will be remembered that in the last Senate, we set a special committee, an ad hoc committee, in which I sat. And we went around this country to inspect the equipment under this program. We went outside this country, specifically in the Netherlands, to visit the source of this equipment. To our surprise, some equipment was still lying at the manufacturers' stores in the Netherlands, but counties were being given conditional grants to continue paying for that equipment. And yet, in the deal itself, it is stated that we can only pay for this equipment when it maintains an uptime of more than 85%. The Speaker, even when the machines have not been connected, the machines are not serving anyone, we are still paying for these machines. We look at that schedule, every county is being allocated 124,723,404 shillings and 30 cents for this program. The Speaker, I will be moving this house at the fullness of time to perhaps consider setting up a special committee to do an audit of this leasing of medical equipment, to ascertain that all the equipment that we are paying for is in the country, it is set up in our hospitals, and it is serving our people. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we are just digging a hole where we are throwing our money, and there is absolutely zero value for money. The Speaker, seeing as it were that my time is almost gone, the Speaker, I wanted to speak about the last issue, which is in the second schedule, and it relates to funds from courts and minerals royalties. The Speaker, if I had time, and I don't, I would have gone into the details of that schedule. The Speaker, these schedules are not just here for us to appreciate numbers. They are also here for us to learn certain things about certain counties and about ourselves. And so that may even...
Senator Wambua, you will have a balance of 11 minutes when this debate resumes. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 5th October 2023 at 2:30 p.m.